I'm just going to lead off with a couple of comments here. I want to thank all our participants for helping us put this on for the audience that we have through Ohio EPA, our emergency management agency, our solid waste management districts of Ohio, our American Public Works Association, the County Engineers Association of Ohio, and also the Ohio Environmental Health Association, all work together to either put this together for you today or publicize it out to your members. So thank you very much. I want to call out specifically John Manier of the Montgomery County Solid Waste District for his help planning this workshop. You'll hear from him a little bit today, and also to Brock Metzger and Phil Clayton from the Ohio Emergency Management Agency for their help in presenting and planning this today. Again, to receive credit for attending today, please contact Kevin Zacharias or Jeff Montavon. Please pay attention to the chat feature. Their contact information has been added there for you. A little bit about Ohio EPA and our Division of Materials and Waste Management. We are still working remotely. We are doing a number of field visits and field work. It is still limited at this time, but we are doing monitoring. We're doing sampling. We are doing our inspections of solid waste sites that we have jurisdiction over. Coming up, you're going to hear an announcement shortly, probably next week. Ohio EPA and the Ohio Environmental Health Association will be partnering once again to sponsor a 2-hour workshop for training. This is going to be focused on environmental enforcement. So at this 2-hour session, you're going to hear from Mark Glasgow, which is one of our Ohio EPA attorneys. He's going to cover inspection authority and right of access. We're going to hear from Brian Peak from Hamilton County Sheriff's Department. We'll talk about their enforcement program down there. And we'll hear from our own Kelly Jeter, who works in our enforcement section, and she's going to be covering the procedure for elevating cases to the Attorney General's office when they are warranted. Finally, Ohio EPA and the Organization of Solid Waste Districts of Ohio, or OSWATO, are going to have one of their regular quarterly meetings on April 8th. You're invited to attend that, and we'll have some information coming out about that. So again, those are comments from the division. If you have any questions for me, you can email me after this, or you can contact me specifically. So Vlad Sika, our chief, says hello. He can't be here today, but he thanks you all for joining us as well. And with that, we can get started. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. So next on our agenda, we have Phil Clayton and Brock Metzger from Ohio EMA on what is a debris management plan and what is the solid waste management role during a disaster.
Alrighty, good morning, everybody. My name is Brock Metzger. I'm with the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. I'm with the Disaster Recovery Branch there. I help coordinate the FEMA Public Assistance Program, the program where debris management activities following a disaster will be reimbursed. So we'll be talking a lot of details there. Also, in my shop, we oversee the state's debris management plans. And if you have any questions regarding a debris management plan, or if you're looking for some of the approvals that we're going to discuss today, feel free to coordinate those with me. My information will be throughout the slides today, and I will be a key presenter through today. So without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and get started. Kevin, if you can just give me a quick affirmative that you are seeing the slideshow here. Perfect. Thank you very much. All right. So our first topic of discussion today is, what is a debris management plan? Well, I thought that was going. Okay. So a debris management plan is that written document, and it establishes procedures and guidelines for managing, disaster debris. And what this written document will help you do is coordinate response and ensure that you are following all environmental responsibilities that are put bestowed upon you in your operations. So we're just going to go ahead and keep moving here. So, as you can imagine, planning and exercising and training for disaster times is very important. And why it's so important to have a debris management plan is, again, it'll help you facilitate the response activities and coordinate amongst your local jurisdictions a lot easier. And it'll also set you up for a very robust recovery effort as well. So ensuring proper documentation for reimbursement and so on and so forth. So it'll help, as you coordinate your response in the disaster. One thing, the more coordinated your response is, you can target the hardest hit areas and identify those locations and resources for those activities. It'll help return your community to a sense of normalcy sooner rather than later. It'll also help reduce the impacts to our environment and the human health and safety surrounding that disaster. So we like to be mindful of our disaster survivors and understanding that they just went through a lot of times a once in a lifetime event, and that the faster we can return our communities to a sense of normalcy, the better for our disaster survivors and our constituents. And it'll help minimize cost. At the end of the day, after it's all said and done, and nobody likes to be broke after a disaster, and having that plan will help you establish the documentation requirements up front and help minimize the cost with the activities, which will ultimately lead to a better recovery. So it's not just a debris management plan. Yes, I mentioned that your debris management plan is a written document and it establishes those policies and procedures. However, it's the process of developing the plan that plays a critical role in these disasters. Nobody likes to meet somebody to work with them at the time of a disaster. So working through a debris management plan locally will give you that opportunity to build the relationships with some of your local partners and entering into any pre-existing mutual aid agreements and so on and so forth. That'll help you again establish those roles and responsibilities and making sure everybody's on the same page before the disaster strikes. So that planning process is a six-step process. First, you have to establish a collaborative planning team. So this planning team should encompass your whole community and at all of those local jurisdictions within your community, your other local partners that could provide resources for debris management activities. And then step two is you have to understand the situation. So what are we doing? What are we looking to do with this debris management plan? And we're going to go into these steps in a little bit detail, so I'm not going to hit them too hard here, but I just want to show you that it's a circle. This graphic is to depict that a planning process never ends. So you develop the planning team and you work through these steps, and an event or an exercise happens, you find gaps in your plan and you revise the plan and you work through the process once again. So it's a constant cycle. So identifying that planning team, like I mentioned, it's the whole community approach. So if you have task force or community action agencies within your jurisdiction, having them involved in the planning process, and all of your local officials, local solid waste districts, local health departments, everybody's a key player in this. And again, making those connections through this planning process is critical in developing those relationships prior to a disaster time. So our second step is, again, understanding the situation. So we have to, we in Ohio, we realize that our largest disaster impact is flooding events, and then second comes the tornadoes, or however you rank your hazards within your county. If every county is unique and has their own tributaries and their own areas of concern. So identifying those threats and hazards through the planning process will help you develop a better picture of where you're heading through the plan. So our third step is to develop the goals and objectives. So we've identified, our threats and hazards. So we in XY County realize that our largest impact or our most reoccurring disaster is tornado events. So let's focus on that tornado event and how our reaching back to history and identifying those impacts that were made from historical events and looking through some other forecasting methods that we'll talk in a bit. You can gain a picture or a sense of what that type of disaster could do to your community. So then you want to break out those impacts, and first you want to focus on the response, which is the initial clearance. So we need to open our roadways for our first responders to get critical access into their areas, and we need to make sure our critical transportation routes are open so we can get folks to and from their house to the store so they can get goods and supplies. And then from there, after our critical access routes are open and we have the capacity, we're going to move into what we call a recovery phase of debris management, which goes through and actually performs the removal. So during that initial clearance phase, you could be cutting and tossing your vegetative debris to the side of into your public right-of-way, and then the recovery portion of the debris management would be coming through and picking up that vegetative debris from your road right away. So all goals and objectives, one thing I'm sure most of you are familiar with a SMART goal, but we in emergency management focus on SMART goals when developing plans. So your goal must be specific and it's got to be measurable. It has to be achievable, realistic, and timely. So working through those goals, make sure you have that SMART goal in mind. And we have some prompting questions here on the slide for you to ask yourself when developing those goals to ensure they are a SMART goal. So next, after you've developed, you understand the situation, you've got your goals and objectives, now you're going to work through the plan development phases. So again, it's the scenario-based events. So we're going to look at our threats and hazards, and we're going to look through the plan requirements, which we're going to discuss here briefly in regards to the different planning components that FEMA likes to see in debris management plans. And you're going to consider the needs and demands. So what do we need if this event were to happen again? What do we need to clear to do our response clearance and then come back and do the recovery clearance? And having those realistic ideas of what the impacts may be and what your resource capabilities would be will allow you to determine the task and assignments and assign those responsibilities to your appropriate partners. So planning components. So these are, to have a FEMA approved debris management plan, these are the debris management plan components. So you have to have a purpose, a scope, assumptions. So your purpose would be, we are establishing a debris management plan in X, Y, and Z jurisdiction to help better coordinate response and recovery efforts from a debris generating event. Our scope would be those events, and our scope and assumptions would be the events and areas of impacts. And then you're going to look through the concept of operations. So how are we going to perform the debris collection and removal? Are we going to establish debris management sites, and where are our nearest disposal locations? What makes the most sense based off of our events and assumptions? And then you're going to start assigning areas of responsibility. So this kind of breaks it down in a little bit more of the planning components. We have the debris removal on private property, which is another key area that FEMA likes to see thought through a debris management plan. We'll talk through some of the FEMA stipulations when it comes to removing debris from private property, and some of the considerations for you and your jurisdiction to consider when dealing with private property debris removal. Procurement and contractual services. So as you go through your planning team and you realize what you have available to you, and you find areas of concern or gaps in your resources, then it may be best to identify some contract services that, or contractors that can provide you those services in the time of need ahead of time. And that way, all you have to do, you've gone through the procurement regulations, which again we'll touch more on later today, but making sure that you work through the proper procurement regulations when identifying contractors before a disaster, so there's no questions whenever a disaster happens and you need somebody right now. You have them already pre-identified, and you've made sure that you've already followed those required regulations. And then monitoring of debris operations, that is a critical component that's often overlooked. Monitoring, FEMA requires that you monitor all debris operations, and today we're going to talk about technology and how you can utilize technology to perform this debris monitoring operation. So as most plans, you have to have those health and safety requirements. So making sure that, you know, our first and foremost objective in debris management activities is the health and safety of our disaster survivors and the health and safety of our individuals that are working through the debris management activities. And then we want to make sure in our plan that we talk environmental considerations and other regulatory requirements. As you know, and as Rick will talk in a bit, just because a disaster happened, that does not mean you can start going against the law and the letter that states that you have to follow X, Y, and Z to do disposal activities. So again, we'll talk more on the environmental and regulatory requirements in a bit. This plan component listing is kind of to give you a little preemptive boost as to what we're looking for in a debris management plan, but what we're going to hit throughout the day. So public information, as always, being open and honest with your public and where you're going to have operations going, and so folks can better plan on their side, whether it be traveling to and from the store. If you have, informing the public we're going to be in your neighborhood these days of the week, they can work ahead of time to have their debris, ready for you to pick up from the public right away, and they can plan their travel activities so they're not messing up your operations. So the annexes of the plan are some of the FEMA summary forms, which are forms that can be used to document cost. We do offer some cost documentation courses. We actually have a public assistance cost documentation course being offered tomorrow. If you want to sign up for that course, feel free to reach out to me, or you can look for future offerings of the public assistance cost documentation course through the Ohio Department of Public Safety Training Campus. So here's a listing of some of the additional considerations that we talked briefly, and we will discuss in more detail on what a mutual aid agreement looks like and what that some of the existing mutual aid agreements that are out there that your jurisdiction may be able to utilize in a time of need. So this slide is depicting that you can have a debris management plan as a standalone plan, or it can be included in your county emergency operations plan. And here in the next few minutes, Phil Clayton is going to be discussing kind of an emergency operations center and that emergency operations plan locally. So that debris management plan can be tied to that emergency operations plan, or it could be a standalone plan exercised outside of the emergency operations plan. Nonetheless, a debris management plan is a debris management plan, whether it is an annex or a standalone. So as I'd mentioned, you can have a FEMA approved debris management plan, and what that process looks like would be for you guys to work through the first 4 steps amongst your local jurisdiction and through your planning team, and then you would send that plan up to myself at Ohio EMA. We will review that plan, provide considered actions. We at Ohio EMA will coordinate with Rick and his shop at Ohio EPA to ensure their comments are incorporated as well. And then once we have a satisfactory plan and we feel it meets FEMA's requirements, we will send it to FEMA for their review and approval. Having a FEMA approved debris management plan currently and an alternate procedures under FEMA's program can give you a one-time cost share of 10% increase. So FEMA normally reimburses at 75%. If your county has a FEMA approved debris management plan, your county could receive 85% federal reimbursement for debris activities. So once you have your plan, it's gone through the preparation and the review and approval stages, you can then implement and maintain your plan. So that can be done through training and exercises. So real world events or setting up tabletop discussions, any sort of emergency management training activity, so you can work through your plan and making sure that you identify the gaps of your plan, and then circling it back through your planning team, and then back through the steps to ensure that those gaps are accounted for in your plan. So here's some key consideration times where you may want to review your plan. So after a major event happens, you're more than likely going to want to revisit your plan to ensure that you account for those gaps. If you have changes in resources or stakeholders, or changes in legislation or ordinances. So if you have identified in your plan that a local disposal site is available, but that disposal site is no longer available, well, it's time to go back and revisit your debris management plan and update that information so it's up to date and able to be utilized when it's needed. So some planning resource that are out there. There's a HAZUS software. This can be ran through an ArcGIS software. It can tell you the impacts. The HAZUS right now is utilized for earthquake events and flooding events. So you can set your flood stages or your earthquake magnitude, and you would plug in your data from your local jurisdiction into this GIS, Geographic Information System, and it would populate with a 5.0 magnitude earthquake in your jurisdiction. You could expect 8,000 cubic yards of debris, and here's how many truckloads that it would take. So that's one software that can be utilized. Another one, planning resources, is Ohio EPA's Green Sheets. This were FEMA's EPA Green Sheet. So they issue, based off of the event, they issue these green sheets saying, here's some acceptable debris management activities. A lot of times we don't get those green sheets until after the debris management activities are either ongoing or have completed. So those green sheets come with FEMA declaration, which a lot of times comes prior or post debris management activities. So having your current or prior green sheets available through your planning process is critical. And if you're looking for any prior green sheets, reach out to myself and I'll be happy to get you that information. FEMA has a debris management guide, a guiding document. There's the web link for that, and FEMA's Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide. So this is the document that FEMA utilizes to administer the public assistance program. So anything as it relates not just to debris management, but as it relates to public assistance in a whole, a lot of those questions and answers can be found within the Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide. Our Ohio EMA webpage is kept up to date with that public assistance program policy guide and additional debris management outlines and activities. So we have our debris fact sheet for local officials. We have a debris management plan handbook. So this will help you walk through your planning process. It'll provide that additional resource. And we also have sample plans available on our Ohio EMA webpage there. So if you go to ema.ohio.gov, you'll see where it says branches, and you would select disaster recovery. On the left-hand side, you would select debris management, and it would give you all of our available resources for debris management planning. And then another resource for you is myself, like I had mentioned, and here's my contact information. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions regarding a debris management plan, and I'd be happy to discuss. So now I'm going to turn it over to Phil Clayton to talk about our local partners' role in a disaster. Phil, the floor is yours. Just go ahead and let me know when you want me to advance the slide.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brock, and good morning, folks. As Brock indicated, my name is Philip Clayton. I am the Southwest Regional Supervisor for the Ohio Emergency Management Agency, supporting the counties in West Central and Southwest Ohio. And go ahead and advance to the next slide, Brock, please. I'm going to walk through a couple slides that primarily depict the disaster life cycle, the disaster sequence of events leading up to and for a federal declaration, and also highlight the role of the Emergency Operations Center and how the EOC supports the debris manager, or DM, during a debris generating event in the state of Ohio. I enjoy including this slide in a wide variety of presentations that we do across the emergency management enterprise, mainly because I think it is extremely visually stimulating to the National Response Framework and encompassing the National Disaster Recovery Framework, in that the decisions that we made in the preparedness and pre-disaster preparedness realm today, how they impact, you know, those months and years of recovery as we work through a disaster sequence. So once again, sometimes we have that warning period where we are able or have the capacity to increase readiness, pre-position resources, so on and so forth, and sometimes we don't. Once the disaster occurs, naturally the local government, and I know we have many of our local county emergency management agency directors on this presentation as well, are really that, you know, first line of defense in coordinating those local government resources. So as we work through kind of our spheres of influences and requests for resources by the local government, that would be when the state agencies or organizations may become engaged as we continue to go down the path of our emergency response. Typically, the state agencies and organizations would then start to assess a rapid needs assessment and work through the damage assessment process, leading up to a joint preliminary damage assessment by FEMA, SBA, the Small Business Administration, and the state. At this point, we would then move towards that request for presidential disaster assistance by the governor. An analysis would be made by FEMA, and ultimately end up for the emergency or major disaster declaration to the president. In Ohio, the Emergency Operation Plan, or REOP, is structured on a system of 15 emergency support functions, or ESFs, and 4 annexes that correspond to the format of the National Response Framework. Go ahead and advance the slide, Brock. At the local and county level, working up through the regions to ultimately the state's Emergency Operations Center, the EOC helps coordinate and support by identifying those gaps in capabilities or any shortfalls, and work to manage resources to support the incident. I mentioned previously the state's Emergency Operation Plan, and Brock had also mentioned that disaster debris management plan can be a standalone plan, a tab, or an annex to the county level EOP. For the emergency support function, And the state of Ohio EOP, basically it outlines and describes the state's operational response structure, discusses the state's hazards and risks, and outlines how the state will mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from emergencies and disasters. Advance the slide, please, Brian. As we work through the disaster sequence, the main objective and priority for county-level emergency management agencies as they activate their Emergency Operations Center is one of coordinating and prioritizing resources, managing the information that we have at hand, and coordinating with elected and appointed officials. All communities have unique circumstances that impact types, amounts, and responses to debris. These may include types of local businesses and industry, land use, size of the overall community, topography, and each will be incident specific. Typically, the disaster debris management plan at the county level is activated through the County Emergency Operations Center by any requesting agency having response or recovery responsibilities, including a local political jurisdiction, an incident commander, on-scene ICS or incident command system, or as forecasted by the County Emergency Management Agency. Next slide, please, Brock. Go ahead and advance one more, please. There we go. Thank you. So once again, I want to highlight the managing of consequences as we work through the activation of the plan. The activation may or may not be contingent on the declaration of emergency by the County Board of Commissioners. When the EOC activates, the primary core and support agencies are tasked with specific implementation roles as outlined in the overall debris management plan. It's not atypical for us to see in Ohio and in several of the counties in which I serve as the emergency support function 3 as a tab. So you'll have primary agencies, typically county solid waste districts. You'll have core agencies. This is where the county level emergency management agency comes in, county engineer's office, city engineer and service departments, and then working down through our support agencies, typically the county combined health districts, local health departments, and local governmental jurisdictions. Go ahead and advance, please, Brock. We talk about information display, the use of WebEOC, charts and maps. A little bit later in this presentation, we'll work through a GIS or ArcGIS product that Brock will demonstrate that was used during the Miami Valley tornado outbreak. Representatives will use WebEOC for ultimate coordination, collaboration, and historical records of activities throughout the incident response. Extraordinary demands will be placed on public and private resources for debris management following a disaster event. That goes without saying. This helps and allows for a coordinated community effort that will be required to effectively collect, remove, and dispose of debris following the disaster. Go ahead and advance. These visual displays allow us to see what resources are currently available, what resources are currently being used, and what resources are currently needed. We work through our operational or incident command system ICS worksheets. That's an ICS 215 for people keeping score at home. That allows us to identify our haves, needs, and wants and highlight activating those MOUs or MOAs that could typically be needed from adjacent jurisdictions and should be naturally coordinated with pre-disaster planning. Making resource requests from partners to the county EOC, if and when that exceeds the scope and capacity of the local jurisdiction, those resource requests would be pushed to the state's Emergency Operations Center for facilitation. Next slide, please. So benefits of the EOC, and we've learned to work in a virtual environment naturally in the face of COVID-19, but a typical EOC setup would allow for that face-to-face contact. Issues can be discussed between a vast variety of disciplines in a common setting and helps to avoid those communication issues and working in silos across the spectrum. One of the biggest highlights for the increased situational awareness would be just the visual displays and ability to track resources and items in real time, which allows for a quicker and more manageable support to the debris manager or DM in the field. Once again, you heard me say previously, the EOC is the main and priority support for the debris manager in the field. It allows for a consistent and concise message and easier public information dissemination to coordinate that message continuum to the public to ensure consistency and accuracy in messaging. Next slide. I briefly discussed the management of consequences earlier, establishment of priorities, development of that COP or common operating picture, and the ability to coordinate across levels of government, up, down, and across the spectrum. Facilitate smooth transitions between operational periods. Those operational periods being set by way of the priorities of on-scene incident command, and ultimately driven as we move through the disaster sequence by the debris manager or DM in the field. It allows us to address response and recovery needs working through our SIT unit, our resource unit, or our documentation unit as outlined in the graphic on the slide you see. Next slide. Working through the cycle of the disaster, I like to throw this one back up here just because, once again, I think it is really an important stimulation of the intermediate to long-term recovery and how those disaster preparedness exercises, partnership building, and articulation of protocols lead us to a smoother transition as we work through the long-term recovery mechanism. Next slide. I think I kick it back to you here, Brock.
Thanks, Phil. So with that, I'm going to look to Kevin. Do we want to take questions from the chat?
Yeah, of course. So we did have a couple of questions that came through. The first is, Brock, can you restate the increase in funding reimbursement for a FEMA approved plan?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If your jurisdiction has a FEMA approved debris management plan, your jurisdiction could receive 85% of federal funding for those debris management activities. Typically, those debris management activities are limited to 75% reimbursement with some stipulations involved there regarding regular time labor, but we'll jump into those stipulations when we talk FEMA reimbursement in the afternoon session.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question that we got in was, how long does a FEMA approved plan last? Does it need to be resubmitted after several years?
So there's no regulatory requirement from FEMA's end. So once you have a FEMA approved debris management plan, you have a FEMA approved debris management plan. There's no regulatory requirement where you have to resubmit and regain their approval at this time. Not to say that they won't move to something of that nature, but right now there's no need to revisit or resubmit to FEMA. However, you know, as I discussed, that planning cycle is a continuous process and never ending.
Awesome. Thank you. We did get just one more question that came in. Does that mean any jurisdiction should have a debris management plan?
Well, certainly, I'd love to see every jurisdiction in the state of Ohio have a debris management plan. So a county can host a debris management plan for the local jurisdictions within that county, and each jurisdiction would receive that federal cost share increase. I'm sure that's where that question's pointed towards, but you know, right now we have, I believe I can count them on my hands, less than 10, more than 5 FEMA approved debris management plans through the state. So that, you know, each local jurisdiction is not necessarily required to have their own debris management plan. It could be hosted at the county level. However, if a local jurisdiction is having troubles getting the traction at the county level to administer a debris management plan, they could always establish a debris management plan for their own jurisdiction. So it's kind of a two-sided spectrum there.
Awesome. Perfect. And then it looks like we actually had a hand raised right now. Anne, I'm not sure if you wanted to ask a question.
Yes, I have just a quick comment. As I understood it, the 85% that higher rate of reimbursement involved being able to manage the recovery from the problem within 30 days. And that if you weren't able to do it within 30 days, that could drop to an 80% if you did it within 90 days. So one of the advantages of updating your plan every year was to try to ensure that you could have management and recovery within a month, because the faster you got the problem resolved, the more likely you were to be eligible for 85%. Is that still true? If there's a time limit on that greater reimbursement for a FEMA approved plan?
Yeah, so the FEMA does look at it as like a rolling, if you have a debris management plan and they give you that approval of your debris management plan, there are some further stipulations regarding that increased federal cost share. There's times where it could go up to 90%, depending on how quick your debris operations are done. So it's kind of an incentivize the local jurisdictions to, as you had mentioned, update the plan, but also exercise the plan efficiently in the time of a disaster and restore the community to a sense of normalcy sooner rather than later. But that's not to say FEMA wouldn't make an exception for those times, those timeframes. Those timeframes aren't regulatory; they're more policy-based. So FEMA always has the opportunity to revisit policy that they have issued. So that's I've seen that done in my time in Florida following Hurricane Irma. We had a bunch of FEMA-approved debris management plans, and those timeframes were shifting back and forth. And it all honestly it follows to the presidential level at some times when it comes to reimbursement of what FEMA calls emergency work, which debris removal falls under. So we could always see a federal cost share from approved from our president for 100% for emergency work and then 75% for our permanent work. So there's always different flavors and varieties of presidential disaster declarations and FEMA reimbursement. However, it's just there's no set one answer to that question. So that's.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, Brock, I don't see any additional questions coming through the chat. I haven't gotten anything through email as well. But I guess a comment that keeps coming up, will the slides be sent out? Yes, a link to the slides will be sent out, and this presentation is being recorded, so a link to the recording will be sent out as well for everyone. So just wanted to reiterate that as well. But with that, Brock, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, so we're gonna talk debris forecasting and estimating. I'm going to try it without my camera on, so hopefully it'll delay some of the latency issue. Debris forecasting and estimating are one and the same, but different in that same approach. So debris forecasting is a planning activity. So looking, forecasting ahead, kind of like our weatherman gives a 7-day forecast or 5-day forecast, we're looking ahead. So it takes place before an event, and it provides a general idea of the debris generation for particular events, and it's essential for proper preparation. So forecasting debris impacts from potential hazards and threats is key because it'll allow you to, again, have that proper preparation and identification of needs and what needs to be done and how can we do it, how that breakdown that Phil was sharing with us. So there's multiple methods to create debris forecast. As I briefly touched on in our what is a debris management plan section, there is you can always perform an historical analysis. So we've had X, Y, and Z number of events. Here's the impacts that those events had on our jurisdictions, and then you can plan and prepare based off of current resources and capabilities. Or you can do a community-based risk analysis. So that has a multi-step component to it. of resource requirements. What are like I had mentioned earlier, there's every jurisdiction, every county, every local municipality has their own critical needs. So in our river cities, we have I've been dealing with some debris issues in the city of Marietta, and one of their debris issues is that there's a very, very large tree bulge in their port. So having that's been impacting their import-export capabilities and those resources that come through their jurisdiction. So having those key areas identified through that community risk analysis will help you plan and prepare for things of that nature. And then our next method that we're going to discuss is the computer modeling. As I mentioned, the HAZUS softwares, and there are some different variants out there for computer analysis. So the first one, we're going to talk about historical analysis. So we're going to, again, review the historical events, newspapers, and photos. A lot of times we have that one person that works in our office that's been doing it for 30 years and they've seen it time and time and again. So, having them part of your planning team and talking through that process will provide that perspective from your staff, or if you have a citizen that's willing and able to participate and share their story, will help you gain a better, more realistic picture of what type of debris we are forecasting. So one thing that we mentioned here is, if you're looking at historical events, another thing to keep in mind is review of changes over time. So we had a tornado impact our northwest jurisdiction or northwest quadrant of our county back in 1983 when that tornado came through. That was cornfields and cow pastures. Now that same area is our urban it's got a mall and it's got a travel plaza or so on and so forth, identifying those impacts and then cross-checking those historical events from how have what's changed in the area, local or the landfill capacity changes. So is our landfill coming towards a near full capacity and they're working through the process of gaining additional capacity, or has the landfill in the last 5 years prior to the post the historical event, have they changed their capacity status? So response capability of the communities. So we all know that resources come and resources go. So having those changes made and making yourselves aware of that within your structure is critical. So you're not pointing to one individual or one resource. We know the sheriff's office has the SWAT truck, and we need the SWAT truck for site security. However, you reach out to the sheriff's office, but they got rid of the SWAT truck last year. So having those types of discussions and regarding resources capabilities will help you make a better, more timely judgment in a time of a debris generating event. And then changes in laws and regulations, as we all know, those change as well. So having those changes, keeping those changes in mind and how they would impact your debris forecasting activities, then that is critical as well. So FEMA uses, these are FEMA's totals for forecasting, for historical values. So if you're looking at one critical neighborhood in your area and their typical mobile home neighborhoods, you have 100 units in that neighborhood. Half of them are single wides, half of them are double wides, and you're forecasting that mobile home park is always repetitively flood damaged. So you can estimate a debris quantity, or you can forecast a debris quantity from that impact of that disaster based off of these quantities that FEMA has provided. So for just your standard home, FEMA's giving you the that cubic yard conversion as well for forecasting purposes. So the community risk analysis. So like I said, we're going to locate our flood zones. those unusual wind-prone areas. So, we all know where those are within our jurisdictions, and we've seen it time and time again. The review of the land use and overlay with risk areas, predict debris generation, so categorize like land use and risk areas. So if you have, if you're forecasting debris in your northwest quadrant of your county, and that is your industrial park, you know that you're going to have a strong potential for hazardous waste. So keeping that in the back of your mind while working and forecasting debris is critical as well. So land use drives the debris types that we will see. So looking at where our waste handling facilities are, waste removal capacity, and predicting those effects or forecasting our debris and how those would affect our capability to respond to that event. So knowing where your resources are and making sure that they are made available to you when needed is critical. So that's part of that community risk analysis. Another tools to look for in debris forecasting are aerial photographies. Your auditor or recorder's office has these historical aerial photographies. Another thing that's great, new use of technology, is Google Earth or other satellite mapping sites. Google Earth is the key one that I'm aware of, but I'm sure there's others out there. But you can always zoom in and see, here's our types of houses, and here's, there's 5 industrial buildings within this urban neighborhood. So we know if we're responding to here, there's that strong potential of hazardous materials, and keeping those types of impacts in mind. The U.S. flood insurance rate maps, if you're familiar with the U.S. flood insurance rate maps, then you know what they pose. They pose if you're a higher rate in that area, then you're more prone to flooding, and that's how those maps are presented. So utilizing those maps as a debris forecasting activity is encouraged. Weather almanacs, GIS maps, as I mentioned, the HAZUS reports, you can utilize those 2 different types of events and plug in your community information, and it'll give you that generated report on different debris types and quantities. And then ground surveys is another example as well, as opposed to the aerial photography. So I wanted to show you, this is kind of an example of what we can look for. The mapping over here on the left, this was a GIS map from Butler County. This is depicting our flooding impacts along those areas. So looking, more particular at, right in this area here, or I'm sorry, right down here. This, as we hone in towards aerial imagery, we can see that, this is a park, and there's these ball fields and things of that nature. So what can we forecast as debris from this area? And looking, that's one of our heaviest hit of flooding areas, and keeping this overhead imagery kind of as a guiding tool of, we need to focus down in our southwest quadrant of the county, and then looking towards the northeast, or so on and so have you. So this will kind of point you in the right direction on where you need to look for resources and having resources available following a debris event. Here's another example of that. The first breakdown on the right was this area down here. This breakdown is showing up here towards the high school, and you can see there is a high school here. So keeping in mind there's a high school, what time of day is school in or school out, and if we have a debris generating event and our flood waters start rising, well, we're going to have to get kids out of school and to home. So we need to make sure that we have these critical access routes open and able to get the people out of harm's way to a safe spot. Here's some more examples of computer modeling you can utilize that are available and out there. Here's another formula that FEMA's or the USACE, the Army Corps of Engineers computer modeling utilizes. And I'm not going to go in detail on the formula, but you can utilize this for your forecasting activities moving forward. One key concept that's put on the slide is the best forecasts are created using a combination of all available forecasting techniques. So utilizing the overhead imagery will point you to an area of concern, and utilizing a computer modeling may point you to another area of concern. So getting that holistic approach of what our debris forecast looks like will help you prepare and respond a lot easier and efficiently. So that was debris forecasting. Now we're going to discuss debris estimating. So debris estimating is a post-event activity. So this takes place after the damage is done. So the disaster has come through our community, and now we need to go out and see, you know, what the damage is and where it's at. So estimating this debris is critical, and assigning resources to those areas. You know, you don't want to send 5-6 man crew to the northwest quadrant if your heaviest hit area is in the southeast. So having that realistic estimate on where the debris is and will help you drive your response and then debris recovery activities. And it's essential for the proper plan execution. Again, in our plan, we're going to identify those resources, our potential debris management sites, and some of our operations and our laws and regulations. So if we go out and we do a debris estimate and we realize that our debris is in a wetland or some protected habitat area, well, that triggers, you know, that could potentially trigger more additional environmental concerns that we need to keep in mind as well. Multiple methods to create the estimates. Again, you can use the ground measurements, so you can go out and, you know, take visuals utilizing some of the formulas that we're going to discuss. So we have 36 homes impacted, and here's FEMA's calculation on those types of homes and their estimated debris from this type of an event, and you can quantify your debris in that fashion. You can use aerial imagery. This is something that we've used recently in our southernmost tip of Ohio, in Lawrence and Gallaudet County. They're currently dealing with some power restoration from a debris generating ice storm. So what they had done was they put in Lawrence County EMA put in a mission request for a flyover of the area, so we can obtain these aerial photography, so we can see where the debris is, and it'll help you gain that realistic, holistic approach on where it is and what we need to do. And one thing that you can do is you can take, you know, aerial imagery before a disaster and after disaster, and you can toggle them back and forth, so you can see, well, there was, you know, 6 homes on this street, but photos after the aerial imagery taking after the event has now led to those 6 homes no longer being in the photo. So you know that there's 6 homes lost or destroyed there and 6 homes worth of debris. Accuracy is important because it helps you establish your scale of recovery efforts. So you know, if having an accurate debris estimate will help you realize sooner that what resources you need. So you're not over resourced or under resourced when it comes to it helps you find that sweet spot of a response and helping return that community to a sense of normalcy again. It aids mobilization of adequate resources and improves the cost containment. So again, if you don't have an accurate debris estimate, then there's a strong possibility that you could be taking resources that you may not need, and then those resources would be billed to you, which would then cost you more money, even though you may have not needed those resources in the first place. So, and it'll help prevent fraud. So you know what's out there, and having that realistic approach And then you're not going to have somebody claim that their disaster damaged their home, and from prior instances where that home was in the same state as it was it was in the same state before the disaster as it was following the disaster. So estimate quantity and type of debris. That's important because different types of debris go to different disposal locations. So knowing the different types of debris will help you establish the necessary resources. So you're not necessarily, it's not a huge need to have backhoes and that type of heavy machinery if all you're dealing with is vegetative debris. Where, if you're dealing with vegetative debris, then you need lots of chainsaws, lots of gas for those saws, manpower to run the saws, and trucks to haul that vegetative debris. Whereas opposed, if you're dealing with construction and demolition debris from a house, then it's a lot easier to know that you need a track hoe or a backhoe to help clear some of that heavier material. Safety is paramount. Again, having, don't go into an area where it's unsafe just to perform a debris estimate. Don't walk into that wildlife area that was that's got trees hanging on top of trees and trees hanging down and broken up, and it's just not a safe area to be walking under. So having that realistic goal of what's out there is critical, but it's not as critical as you getting injured performing the debris estimating activity. So here's again those conversion factors for a one-story building. You take the length, width, and height and divide that by 27, and then multiply it by a factor of 1/3 of it is that accounts for the airspace. So that'll give you, if your one-story building is completely demolished and you plug the length, width, and height into that calculation, that'll give you a cubic yard estimate to utilize. And the same with mobile homes and debris piles. So if you take the length, width, and height and divide it by 27, that'll give you a cubic yard. Debris pile volume to weight equivalents. So construction and demolition piles, 2 cubic yards equals 1 ton, whereas solid waste piles are 3 cubic yards to 1 ton. So what that means is there's different conversions when you're estimating debris in a cubic yard fashion, but then trying to convert that over to a tonnage for, say, billing or disposal fees. Then keeping in mind that there's different conversions or weight factors in mind based off the type of waste. So your construction and demolition piles, 2 cubic yards would equal 1 ton. That means it's heavier than the solid waste piles, which is 3 cubic yards equals 1 ton because of that airspace and the compaction. So different things, weigh, a feather weighs lighter than a book type deal. Wood tree piles, there's some of the cubic yards for the vegetative debris conversions for you to utilize in your debris estimating. Here's another chart on debris quantity. So if you're looking at some of your aerial imagery and you know that typical neighborhood is roughly 12,000 square foot homes, and you can go through and calculate and this also adds in that vegetative cover multiplier. So what that means is if you have a well-established or older neighborhood, there's a chance that you have more vegetative cover in that neighborhood, whereas a newly developed neighborhood may not have that same level of vegetative cover. So keeping that in mind, this will give you that chart with your typical home based off that neighborhood, say our typical home size in this impacted neighborhood is roughly 1,400 square foot based off of our auditor's reports, and it's a newly built area. So we're just going to say there's didn't mean to do that, sorry, that there's none to light vegetative cover, which will then give you like that cubic yard estimate. And there's, say, 30 homes damaged in that area, so you can multiply one of those factors by 30 to get you a cubic yard estimate. USACE flood debris model. So used to calculate debris quantities from a flood event only when the structure is not destroyed. So this will help you get a realistic approach to those impacted facilities that are not destroyed by the event. So the materials that are inside. So if a flood happens, say the building itself is structurally sound and not damaged, but everything inside, carpet, furnishings, utilities, appliances, all of those things could be damaged from that flood event. You may not have the construction and demolition debris, but you have the household appliances and so on and so forth to consider. So this flood modeling will help you get that cubic yard estimate. And there's that formula. So you take the square foot times the 0.02, and that'll give you that cubic yard to account for the furnishings, the floorings, and things like that damaged by a flood event. So here's an example of what I was talking about. So here's our overhead imagery. So let's say this is our mobile home park that was damaged by our tornado. And we know there's these mobile homes are typically in this damaged area, they're single wides. And looking at this would be post-event imagery here. But if we take, say, the prior pre-event imagery, and we can go through and say there's 6 homes on this street, 7 homes on this street, and now there's 3 left. There's 4 left, so we had 3 damaged, 4 damaged, so on and so forth. And then you can multiply from aerial imagery by the type of facility or type of building it was to get you, again, another cubic yard estimate for debris estimating. So that's what I have for debris forecasting and estimating. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin for any questions.
Thank you, Brock. Appreciate it. We did have a couple of questions that came in. So the first is, and I know it was answered in the chat, but I just want to, for anyone who has called in, just to say it out loud, is there a website listing of the counties with approved debris management plans?
No, there is no website listing of that. If you are interested, if your county has an approved debris management plan, feel free to reach out to myself, and I will be glad to answer that for you. Like I had mentioned, there's somewhere between 5 and 10 FEMA approved debris management plans, so there's not many. The chances are your county does not have one, but I'm more than happy to look through our data and provide you an adequate answer for your local municipality.
Awesome, thank you. And then the other question that we received, are there any grant funds available to help LHD and EMA partners to complete an approved debris management plan?
There is no existing grant program that'll for planning purposes. Phil, you might be able to speak more to this for an emergency preparedness grant aspect, which my shop does not oversee. That's more of a preparedness grant that comes into the county levels. I'm not sure if you could charge some of that time to the emergency preparedness grant process, but however, through, as it directly relates to debris management plan development, there is no existing planning program.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, yep.
And then the final question actually comes from one of our callers from US EPA Region 5. Do you use the EPA iWaste tool for debris forecast documentation? The person knows of the tool, but they're curious if it's used at a local level.
I'm not aware of any use of that tool. I'm not even aware of the tool, but I will definitely jot that one down for myself to do some further research into. I'm not aware of any utilization of the tool locally, but if it's a good tool, I'd be happy to incorporate it into our additional offerings and workshops to share that with our partners.
Perfect. And that was the final question that we received within the chat, and there are no questions so far through email as well. So Brock, I think at this point, our plan was to take a quick 10-minute break. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Perfect. So for all those who are on, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break to just give everyone a time to use the restroom and stretch their legs for a bit. But we will rejoin at 11:23, and we will have Rick Karleski give his presentation on debris operations. So at 11:23, we will be coming back to the presentation. So thank you, everyone.
Again, I'm Rick Karleski. I'm the Assistant Chief of Ohio EPA and our Division of Materials and Waste Management. I'm going to be talking a little bit about some actions that Ohio EPA can do for debris management in disaster situations. And then we're going to look at some quick overview of debris management sites and how those are set up and some of the issues involved with those. So Ohio EPA actions for debris management. So what is Ohio EPA going to do? Well, the Ohio EPA director has authority to exempt disaster debris from disposal fees. And this is pursuant to ORC code. And this is in the event that the governor declares a state of emergency. And any kind of fee waiver can also, it can include the state disposal fees or the state share per ton, and it can include the solid waste management district disposal fees and the generation fees. I'm saying it can. Does it always? No, but the authority exists that it can. Recently, in 2019, we did do this for the Dayton area to cover the disposal of the tornado debris, and we also did it up in Mercer County around the same time. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about that in a bit. The next thing that we can do is we can increase a landfill AMDWR. If you're unfamiliar with that term, it's the authorized maximum daily waste receipt, or how much trash debris can come into a landfill in a day. That is limited by the permit for the landfill that Ohio EPA issues. So in the event of a disaster and there's more debris to come into the landfill, the Ohio EPA can temporarily allow an increase in the amount that can come in. However, the landfill must send a request to Ohio EPA. And what I want you to note here is, per the rule, that request has to be copied to the Solid Waste Management District and the applicable health department if an approved area. So you guys know that an AMDWR increase has been requested. Now, Ohio EPA typically doesn't give a whole lot of scrutiny on approving the AMDWR increase. We nearly always think it's justified on a temporary basis to do that, to actually help the local community and the landfill intake a greater amount of debris. So as far as the fee waiver process, there is a, like I said, the statute outlines what the director can do. Internally, what we like to do after the governor issues an emergency declaration, or even before that even happens, Ohio EPA will start talking to the solid waste management districts as soon as possible after the disaster hits to discuss this concept of a fee waiver. And our director, her stance as of this time follows our past director, Craig Butler, who wanted to always exempt the state portion of the fee, but wanted to know how the local community and the local organizations feel about waiving their portion of the fee as well, simply because it can be done in one document and one issued statement. So our director will be looking for concurrence of what the Solid Waste Management District thinks, and would want that preferably in writing. And you'll see why in a second as I talk about The fee waiver document, if it is issued, it comes in the form of director's final findings and orders. And in the findings and orders, it will outline the regulatory authority and what happened, what kind of disaster happened, and then it will say the director can exempt fees. Quite often it will say the local solid waste management district has agreed to waive their portion of the fees as well. Therefore, the order is this, and will waive the state and local fees for a certain duration of time. Typically, it can go up to 90 days. It can be requested for less time than that, but that would be in our, it would be part of our core conversations leading up to that point. And then after that is issued, landfills can log the disaster debris quantity received on their daily logs. So basically, those are the two main regulatory issues that DMWIM will take in a disaster. And just to let you know, I'll go back for a second. In the follow-up documents from today's session, in addition to the slides, you will find we do have a couple of the actual fee waiver findings and orders that were issued in 2019, and we have the a letter from Montgomery County Solid Waste Management District agreeing to waive their local fees as well. And then we have an example of a Mercer or Salina landfill up in Mercer County where we did a AMDWR increase for them to handle some of the debris they had in 2019. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about debris management sites. What is it? What kind of things are issues and associated with it? Basically, it's a facility, it's a temporary store, segregate, or reduce debris for recycling and final disposal. Now, what you're seeing on the right-hand side in the picture is not necessarily a very good debris management site. What you're seeing is a pile of mixed debris that looks like a mess. So what I'm going to be covering very shortly is how you can do a debris management site properly so it doesn't quite look like this. Sometimes on the federal level, if you take a federal training, they may refer to it as a temporary debris storage and reduction site. Same thing. So for a debris management site, there's a lot of considerations that should appear hopefully in the planning stages. Planning stages, you're going to debate advantages of it. Advantages of it, you have some flexible uses. You can do different things at the site. You can minimize what you're taking to the landfill by either recycling some things or processing some things in possibly useful products. You can reduce the time for removal and disposal. So when you have an event like we had in Dayton in 2019, you had widespread debris all through neighborhoods. And as far as debris management was concerned, one of the main issues was how quickly we can get these neighborhoods cleared and back to normal as much as possible. So a debris management site can give you that flexibility that you can sweep stuff out of the neighborhood fairly quickly and get the citizens back to as normal operations as possible. And again, saving landfill space helps you reduce disposal costs if you're using some of the debris for recycling. Disadvantages, it can be expensive. Expensive by meaning you're going to typically haul debris twice. You're going to haul it to the debris management site, and then whatever's left from there is going to go to the landfill. So you will run up costs. It requires some planning and possible permitting issues, which I'll get into in a minute. Something may look great as an area to have a debris management site, but you're not aware that it could be a potential historic site, or it could have some environmental issues there that make it not a very good site to use. And finally, you should have some type of dedicated site management. This means boots on the ground watching the place, because if you do it correctly, you'll get the right debris there in the right places. If you don't man it correctly or man it at all, you're going to find out you have a neighborhood dump site that quickly accumulates everything known to man in one place, and it could be a real mess. So, as part of the planning phase, we like local EMA offices and local communities to assess the need for a debris management site. And again, it refers to what Brock was detailing earlier about projected or estimated amount of debris. That means forecasting. Amount going directly to the landfill. Do you have landfills in close proximity that you can take this stuff to? We have some areas where landfills are quite a drive away. Is that feasible to have a debris management site in that case? The location of debris, also in the planning phases, you can predict or forecast where the debris is likely to accumulate in the largest areas. So would you need something closer to where your debris area is likely to be that would effectively manage it better for your citizens? You'll have to consider a mix of debris. Vegetative, C&D, and household hazardous waste are just some examples of what mixed debris can be. You will see in some of the disaster predictions and forecasting that different types of disasters have different types and quantities of debris. A tornado is historically the big one that has everything, all kinds of debris, and it's all mixed up. Floods, not so much. You can segregate the types of debris that you have and manage them a little bit easier and separate them. Priority of debris removal, like I said earlier, there's a lot of attention that comes out first to save lives, provide health care, provide shelter, provide food and water. Debris kind of falls down on the list for a while, but sooner or later, people are going to want debris cleaned up. So is it easier to haul it to the landfill, or is it easier to haul to a closer debris management site and speed your neighborhood cleanup there? Okay, and also the capability of your existing facilities. If you don't have anything in your area that's seemingly a good debris management site, maybe this is not a viable option for you. So all of this goes into, and we want it to go into the planning phase, and when you create a debris management plan, so you can assess the need for a debris management site. Planning, investigate and evaluate prior to the disaster. Maintain current list of potential sites. We like to see those in plans. EMA likes to see those in plans. But as Brock alluded to, over time, your debris management site, wherever you picked, could become the next strip mall. It could become the next housing development. It could become something else where it's not available anymore as a potential debris management site. So the update of the debris plan is vital to understanding whether you can still use a designated debris management site or not. And then, depending on the magnitude of the disaster when it happens, you may not even need the planned site. Let's just say you had a mild ice storm and you had a bunch of tree limbs down, and that was it. That could be managed easily via curbside pickup or something like that, where you wouldn't need to even activate the debris management site. Selecting a debris management site should involve a team of people, and you'll see why in a second. But there's appropriate local agencies. EMA is going to be heavily involved in this. However, other agencies, Ohio EPA, the Health Department, public works organizations and so forth can all contribute to helping the local area select debris management sites. We'd like it to be interdisciplinary, which means there's some waste handling people, there's some public works people, there's some possibly some political people. There could be some people that involved in public relations for mayor's offices and so forth to be able to communicate some of these needs when the need is known. Also, no one wants a debris management site next to their house or next to their residence. It might look good on a map, but if there's no kind of local communication about selecting a possible site, you could have a bunch of local residents very, very upset when the time comes. There's conservation and environmental groups, and I'll outline those in a second, but you really don't want to pick a sensitive area to try and put a debris management site that then you're in for likely more environmental problems. And lastly, obviously you don't want to pick something like a historic cemetery or an Indian burial ground or something like that as a debris management site. You could run into problems there. And some of these are not only on the local level, these concerns I'm mentioning here, these come down from the FEMA protocols and the guidelines of what they would like the local communities to consider in debris management site selection. Another big thing, this is for the local, is ownership of the property. Is it private or is it public? If it is private, there's a lot more liability involved. There could be leases involved. There could be contracts that have to be signed to assess the property beforehand and then afterwards. So nobody wants their private property ruined by giant piles of debris. They want their land the way it was before. So in public land, there's different considerations and liabilities there. Public land is what we usually encourage for a debris management site. Is the site and location, is it big enough for the planned use? Brock outlined some debris forecasting. That'll tell you how much debris you can expect from let's say a series of tornadoes or an EF4 tornado or a flood of a certain degree or some other magnitude of disaster. You might need 2 management sites. You might need 3. Again, you don't want it in a sensitive area, either historically or environmental sensitive area. There could be neighbors' concerns with dust, noise, and traffic. You might be rolling trucks through their neighborhood because that's the only way in and out. That may not be a great idea for your mayor and ongoing public relations with your citizens. It should have good ingress and egress. So if you, your Department of Transportation or your county engineer can help you determine if the roads can take the truck traffic, the weight of the trucks and the amount of trucks going in and out of the site. So as you can see, there's a lot of different concerns that can come up in selecting a debris management site. We want you as EPA, we're on the forefront of environmental protection, so we would advocate you don't try to put one in a wetland area. We don't want to destroy a habitat for rare animals and plants. We want to avoid placing these things on top or next to well fields for drinking water or reservoirs used for drinking water or surface water sources of drinking water. We don't want them over a sole source aquifer. There are sensitive areas in the state for that, and you'll inevitably find that there are certain areas designated that are not good for debris storage and processing. Sensitive populations, another thing, it's not only homes that are of primary concern, you have schools, hospitals, you have nursing homes nearby, you have churches nearby. All of those things may not bode well with your local community and your local officials on where you're selecting a debris management site if it's next to one of those sensitive populations or buildings. I'm going to speak a little bit about benefits of recycling because this does come up in debris management. I think most of you on the solid waste management district side can recognize the inverted pyramid here. This is basically the US EPA debris management hierarchy. You want source reduction and reuse a lot, then recycling, then energy recovery, and the last thing, least preferred, is treatment and disposal. And we all been preaching this together for years. You conserve resources by doing this. You conserve landfill space. You can reduce disposal costs. And for PR, recycling is good for public relations. Now, sometimes these could be harder sells when people want the debris moved and disposed of now, and they don't want to take what's typically extra time to recycle and process debris to recover some of it. So those kind of considerations will always come into play during disaster response and debris management. Site selection, you can do recycling activities at a debris management site. However, your debris management plan and the site plan should account for the ability to do recycling operations. And that's typically, do you have the resources locally to do that? And you can establish processes for reducing and hauling. Okay, you could have local standby contracts for things like, very commonly, wood chipping or woody debris reduction. There's a lot of companies that do that. There's machinery out there that does that. Can you show on a plan at your debris management site that you'll have an area for, let's say, woody debris chipping and reduction? And you plan your debris management site to accommodate recycling activities. So we all know, and you all know, the key to recycling is separation. You don't want mixing up all of your stuff together. That greatly reduces the chances of recycling. So a debris management site should have some design and protocols for separation. Permits for a debris management site. Again, on the EPA side, I can speak to some general things that can come into play if you are disturbing over an acre of land and you are either grading it or you're smoothing it out or something. You could have a construction stormwater general permit needed if it's an acre or more. Those permits are very common. They're easy to get. For the most part, EPA can help you do one of those quickly. If you are going to be doing any type of brush chipping, any tub grinders for woody debris, any concrete crushing or sizing equipment, screening, conveyors, you might have diesel generators at your debris management site. You will always have some type of dust control needed, likely, for trucks coming in and out. All those are air pollution issues, which you may need permits for. You work through your local district office and your air pollution agency to get those issues addressed. Local authorizations, you could have a zoning problem, or you could have a road use problem or something like that that you have to work out. Noting those issues in advance will help you smooth the transition into using a debris management site successfully. Site evaluation, what I can tell you about this is FEMA expects you to return the property as you found it. So think of the camping adage, you leave it as you found it. So they want you to determine the conditions before the disaster, what the land condition is like, what the area is like, and then after you're done using the site, you return it to the original condition. This is especially important if you happen to locate one on private property. This is a overcomplicated, most complex probably type of debris management site you could have. Not all debris management sites need this, but what I just wanted to show you here is just a couple of things. This is a very large site. Over here, this is 100 acres. Very large. Okay, most sites probably won't be this, but it has a couple of elements I just wanted to point out. Here's a main entrance here. There's a place to accumulate trucks, a line of trucks coming in. There's an observation tower here to look into a truck to see what it is and direct the truck to the proper place. Here's a household hazardous waste drop-off for citizens. Here's another zone for recycling areas. This is a large area here for vegetative debris drop-off, which is adjacent to a tub grinder, which is going to basically mulch it down into a pile. This over here is a dumping area for debris handling, sorting. So this would be a mixed dump area for people. And as you can see, the entrance is this way. You swing around the pile and you go out this way. So you don't have trucks passing each other. You would likely have large dump trucks intermixed with citizen pickup trucks and cars. So you want to have good traffic control for a site that's this big. Your site is likely to be less than this. Maybe have a couple of things like a mixed debris area, maybe a household hazardous waste drop-off, and maybe some vegetative stuff. So this is just a simple diagram from the FEMA curriculum that does show some of the facets that a debris management site can have and how it's set up. There's typically buffer zones. So like I said, you don't want a lot of stormwater runoff on your debris piles carrying stuff off site onto nearby properties and or streams. Typically you can construct some makeshift containers, containment berms. You can use jersey wall, concrete pieces. You can use different things. If you're going to be recycling, what's essential is you segregate materials and you have some kind of reduction method on site to do that. If you do intake things like household hazardous waste, fuel containers, things like that, you should have a designated area for that if it's a citizen drop-off place. You will need some type of site staffing. So somebody has to direct people where to go. You have to have operating hours, open and closed. There has to be adequate signage so people can understand where to go and where to put stuff. And Brock is going to be talking about some monitoring later on and why that's important. Okay, and monitoring site for environmental compliance. EPA might be out there. The health department may be out there. We will respond to complaints if we get them. Any spilled fuel or things of that nature spilled should be cleaned up immediately to avoid further impacts. You can document activity in photos and notes for monitoring. Brock will talk about that a little bit more. Again, up-to-date maps of where things can be laid out in your debris management plan is essential. And some things are going to change as you go along. You could have a site that turns into nothing but vegetative debris, and you can easily document that and going forward. Site cleanup and closure. When you're done, ensure that operations are complete. You remove all debris. You conduct any environmental sampling if you have to demonstrate there's returning the state back to its baseline state. If it's private property, you have to obtain written concurrence of the site owner that restoration is complete, and finally terminate any lease if you had to employ that. Some pictures. Here's one. It was a debris management site out in Trotwood in the 19 tornadoes. You can see over here, there's some roll-off boxes here that people can segregate, put stuff. This is going to the landfill. This is some vegetated debris that was staged here for chipping later on and reuse as mulch. It was a city-owned property, and it was a fairly good site to do that. And there was some people there on site directing people, making sure that it didn't become a giant dump site. This one's a little dated, but I like this picture because it's a small town, the village of Manchester down in Adams County. They had a flood in '97. It looks like in this case they had an empty lot or something right there in the neighborhood. So it was very convenient for the citizens to transport their own flood debris there at this site. And it looks like there's a loader there, probably a dump truck getting loaded, going to the landfill. There was probably some type of recycling going on here, but it was public property. It was monitored and staffed. It had a fence around it. And again, it was convenient. It was the size that they needed. And it seemed to operate very well for their uses. This one, not a great example. This is basically a lot of vegetative debris and other things. There's not much organization to it. I think the local fire marshal had some fire hazard concerns with it. This wasn't the best example of a site that tried to do just vegetative debris. Solid waste management districts may recognize this. This was a picture from FEMA of a debris management site that had an actual household hazardous waste station set up, similar to some of your community events. It functioned the same way. Citizens understood what to do. They were familiar with that, but it was one added feature that they had put in their debris management site. Grinding and chipping equipment, you might be familiar with tub grinders. There's a couple pictures of normal wood chippers here on the left, and then there's a tub grinder on the right. These were employed in the Dayton cleanup, and they worked very well because the one on the right was at the county engineer's facility, which did have a lot of room. They did have a tub grinder there. And they used it as a drop-off site for vegetative debris, and they ground up the debris and had commercial composting companies come in and load it. So it worked very well. Some other lessons of Dayton tornadoes, they needed debris management sites. They ended up using around 4. They really weren't on the plan. They weren't designated. They were done on the fly. They did find some good locations, but it did delay some of the debris movement in the first couple of weeks. The site security varied, like I said. Some of them were manned, worked very well. Some of them were manned for a while. Then they got neglected, and then it started to turn into a neighborhood drop-off of everything and anything. And you don't want that to happen. They had some segregated sites for woody debris only that seemed to work very well with proper signage and some mutual aid that were hauling just woody debris. It's very easy to segregate, and they had grinders and outlets available in the community that sprang into action and did process that debris. There was an asbestos issue we had with some air regulations about damaged structures and evaluating them for asbestos. We had to seek some extra guidance on that. We also had some delay in getting debris estimate volumes and types. Brock told you how important that was to have that, but EMA tries to work on the ground and get debris volumes and types known as soon as possible. And Brock is going to be talking about some third-party debris management site monitors that were employed in the Dayton cleanup. So that's what I have. has a quick overview of debris management sites and a couple other administrative actions Ohio EPA does. Kevin, I think we got a few minutes for some questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Rick. I really appreciate it. We did have a couple of questions. Some were answered in the chat, but I just want to give anyone who has called in or does not have access to the chat the opportunity to hear those answers. So for site selection, is there a preference between public and private land?
Public is preferred. Just because of ownership, liability, things like that.
Perfect. Thank you. And then the second question that we received, are there any state or federal funds to assist in returning the property back to its original state?
No. None that I'm aware of.
I can speak to that, Rick. FEMA will actually fund the cost to restore the site, the debris management sites, to its pre-disaster conditions. They look at it as, you know, a debris cost, just like your those folks that are out there collecting. So making it all the more important to document the pre-disaster or pre-use conditions.
Right. Okay, thank you, Brock. I wasn't sure about FEMA reimbursement for that. On the state level, there is none. So
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Brock, thank you. A question kind of going along with that, are there any financial incentives for recycling of debris? Processing and additional hauling may lead to recycling adding to costs, is a comment.
I can take this one too, Rick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
What we'll discuss after our break here is the FEMA reimbursement, and yes, there is a financial incentive to the recycling of the debris. There's currently a pilot program out there that will allow for the reimbursement or for the jurisdiction to retain those recycling revenues and use towards the non-federal share.
Perfect. Thank you, Brock. And then the final question, we got a couple more that just popped in, but an additional question that we received, are there any, or I apologize, in a disaster, does it matter if the hazardous materials collected are commercial or household generated at a particular site? Do the rules we operate under change when a disaster is declared?
The rules we operate do not change. However, the practical impact is in everybody's face. You can't really separate stuff when it's all mixed up, and you can't really determine whether it's from commercial or household. So there are programs that try to assess the debris to see if there's obvious commercial hazardous waste in there that are recognized and can separate, but there is no exemption across the board for hazardous waste.
Okay. And then we did receive one final question before we go on to our lunch break. Will Ohio EPA waive the fees if the Solid Waste Management District does not? Do both need to waive the fees?
Ohio EPA basically will waive the state fees. Like I said, it is the director's decision to waive the solid waste district fees, whether the solid waste district fees wants to or not. That's why we like to talk to you very, very early in the process and hopefully get your concurrence, and we can do it all in one shot.
Perfect. Thank you, Rick. And then I did see Anne, I know you had your hand up. Did you want to ask a question?
The one thing I wanted to talk about was in Clark County, we initially had a goal to have 21 potential debris management sites. That was the number of local jurisdictions, villages, cities, townships. And while it was optimal for each of those to maybe have the capability to be independent and for the sites to be publicly owned, it became obvious that several jurisdictions were very small or had very little public property. So they didn't really have a good site for a debris management site. So we moved to a plan that encouraged shared debris management sites between townships and the villages within their boundaries. and a consideration of public-private partnerships, because a couple of our very small jurisdictions had next to them local businesses that had large parking lots with fences. So I know that you kind of discourage that public temporary debris storage site, but they were able to come up with formal agreements to allow the use of some of those very large areas for TDSR, and hopefully that'll work out if we really need it.
Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. It's one more thing you have to consider, and if you can get those agreements locally, that's good.
Mhm. Awesome. Thanks for sharing, Ann. Rick, I did not have any additional questions come through the chat or anything through emails. So I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add?
No, I don't think so. I think we'll reconvene
Okay.
at 1:30.
That sounds perfect.
And we'll go through some more things.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so everyone, we will reconvene at 1:30 today. You'll use the same link that you used throughout the presentation this morning. However, in order to receive any RS credits and your certificate of completion, I just sent out through the chat a link to the morning survey. So if you could please fill that out, that'd be fantastic. There will also be an afternoon survey as well, just to verify attendance throughout the entire workshop. Again, if you do not have access to chat, or if you cannot find the chat feature, please email me or Jeff Monovan, and we can send you the link to that. But with that being said, thank you for all of our presenters this morning, and we look forward to seeing everyone this afternoon at 1:30. Thank you.
Alrighty, good afternoon. Thanks for coming back and joining us again post lunch here. And those that are just joining, my name is Brock Metzger. I'm with the Ohio Emergency Management Agency. I'm in the Disaster Recovery Branch, and I oversee the Public Assistance Program in the state of Ohio. So you're joining us at the time of our discussion where we are going to talk the FEMA Public Assistance Program and the eligibility criteria as it relates to disaster debris and the cost and activities associated with that. So general debris eligibility criteria, this is strictly from FEMA policy. So the debris activity must eliminate an immediate threat to life, public health, and safety. It must eliminate an immediate threats of significant damage to improved public or private property. Ensure economic recovery at the affected community to the benefit of the community at large. So, we'll talk more. That last bullet really speaks to private property debris removal, which we'll get into much more detail on that. But the second bullet speaks to any debris that is as a result of the disaster that poses a hazard to other facilities. So an example of this would be a debris, disaster debris in a stream, and that debris jam is now impacting, say, a bridge or a bridge abutments, so on and so forth. Those are some examples for that. And then the first statement's pretty self-explanatory, and eliminate the immediate threat to life, public health, and safety. So FEMA defines eligibility under the FEMA Public Assistance Program as building blocks. The first building block is the bottom building pillar. You have to be an eligible applicant. The eligible applicant then has to own and operate an eligible facility, and then the work must be a result of the declared disaster, and the cost to do the work must be reasonable. We'll jump into this a little bit more. So for an applicant to be eligible for FEMA public assistance, they must be a state or local government agencies, federally recognized tribal governments, certain private nonprofit entities, and certain other entities formed for a public purpose. So your individuals and homeowners are not going to be eligible applicants under the FEMA Public Assistance Program. We get a lot of questions on that, so I'd like to hit the highs on that. The Public Assistance Program provides disaster assistance to the governmental agencies and private nonprofit entities, and then our disaster survivors such as those individuals with damaged homes and so on and so forth, would apply or be eligible applicants under FEMA's individual assistance program. So there's two separate programs. Each of them have their own caveats and own participants or applicants. So as I mentioned, the facility to be eligible, our next building block under the program is it must be the legal responsibility of the eligible applicant. So if we have a local government that was impacted by a debris generating event, they then would have the legal responsibility or be that eligible applicant to FEMA for the debris clearance from their road right-of-ways and any of their public facilities. And the facility must be in active use at the time of the disaster. So what that means is, that road must have been open, or if you have a public building that is a newly being built and it's in the middle of a construction, there could be stipulations on debris removal from that facility as opposed to an open roadway with down trees and so on and so forth. So examples of eligible facilities: improved public property, so roads, bridges, parks, and etc. The example I gave earlier today of the port in the city of Marietta and the debris from there, that was an improved public property. Therefore, they were able to claim their debris cost for that location. It's got to be in the public right-of-way. As I'd mentioned, we'll talk private property debris removal, but in general, FEMA's public assistance program is going to provide funding for the removal of debris from a public right-of-way and certain private nonprofit facilities. So those certain private nonprofit facilities are more restrictive than not. Really, these private nonprofit facilities, it comes down to when determining eligibility of that facility, it comes down to the services provided within that facility, and then if the services are deemed eligible for emergency work under FEMA's public assistance program, then they would be eligible for debris removal. So an example of a private nonprofit facility with eligibility would be your hospitals, private nonprofit hospitals. Ineligible facilities are an applicant's unimproved property or undeveloped land. So if the city owns a field that sits behind the school and there's no damage, or if there's a bunch of debris left in the field and it was just put there by the disaster, removal of debris from that undeveloped land would not be eligible for FEMA reimbursement. Facilities outside of the designated disaster area. So when we get a presidential disaster declaration, we request counties to be declared under that declaration. So if it's few and far between, but there are jurisdictions within our state that have jurisdiction within 2 counties. So those jurisdictions would have to be cognizant of the debris activities. If one county gets declared and the other does not, then they would have to be cognizant of the debris work that was done in the declared county and submit that to FEMA, as opposed to the debris work outside of the declared county. Federal property or facilities that fall under the authority of another federal agency. So this is, FEMA's not going to fund, basically what that means is if it's under the authority of another federal agency, then FEMA doesn't view it to be the applicant's legal responsibility to remove the damage or to remove the debris, because it's another federal agency's responsibility. The exception to this rule is debris management activities performed along federal aid highways are eligible for reimbursement under FEMA's public assistance program. So permanent work, work to restore those damaged roadways that are declared or discerned as federal aid routes are not eligible. So that's the permanent work to restore the damaged roadway. But debris removal on those federal aid routes is eligible for reimbursement. Private property debris removal. So eligibility criteria. So it must be in that public interest. That goes back to that third bullet that I pointed out on our second slide of this unit. And So for that to be happen, it has to go through a pre-approval process. Every single property that you anticipate having private property debris removal has to go through this process, and it has to be pre-approved by FEMA before you can do the work. Now, that's not to say you couldn't do it without FEMA reimbursement, but if you want FEMA to reimburse the cost for that work, it has to go through this pre-approval process. So it's got to be a public interest determination. So it must be considered like a nuisance or some sort of, there's, I'm sure there's some building code officials on in our meeting that are rolling their eyes, but you must make the determination that it's a nuisance property. And you have to documentation of legal responsibility. So you would have to essentially, the words escaping me, but you'd have to deem that, you know, this property is now a nuisance and the city is, you know, legally responsible to clear that nuisance. And the authorization by a legally authorized official. So that's a lot of authorizations in one bullet, but your local official must make that determination and provide in writing their justification. And indemnification is another step. So you must indemnify that property and then giving you the legal responsibility. Do we have an open mic? I thought I heard myself.
They took him to safety, where he was reunited with the others. Despite.
Got it. All right. Duplication of benefits. So another consideration with private property debris removal is insurance proceeds. So if that homeowner received insurance proceeds for the clearance of the debris from their property, then FEMA would consider that a duplication of benefit and not be able to provide funding for those activities the insurance covered. Some more documentation requirements. So the local jurisdiction must get a right of entry document to go on to the property and do the work. The site location, description, and photos must be presented to FEMA through that pre-approval process. A site assessment establishing eligible scope of work. So you would need to go out there with folks that are familiar with the work that's going to need to be done and document and put in writing to FEMA the work that you anticipate having to be done. So knocking down a single story home or one of the two walls that are still standing, so on and so forth, developing that scope of work to provide to FEMA. The applicable insurance policy. So if there is any insurance policies that were covering that property at the time of the loss, then FEMA would like to see or requires to see the insurance policy. And an environmental and historic review. So this really comes up more often than not. Rick kind of alluded to it with the asbestos type issues when doing those determinations related to asbestos. The historical, FEMA views anything that is 45 years or older to potentially have historical value, therefore may require special consultation with the state historic preservation officer. Debris removal work completed. So you would need, if you had done any work within the area to help show FEMA that this isn't, you know, to help tie the private property work to the disaster itself, FEMA likes to see the debris work that was completed surrounding the area so they can better determine that, yes, this in fact was debris generated by the declared disaster. Eligible work, so for private property work, the large piles of debris in living, recreational, or working areas, debris obstructing primary ingress and egress routes, hazardous trees and limbs, which FEMA has their own stipulations for as well, disaster damaged interior and exterior materials. So those are some of the eligible items of work under the program as it relates to private property. Some of the ineligible work as it relates to private property is debris from vacant lots, unimproved property, same stipulation with the public property. Debris on agricultural land is ineligible. Concrete slabs or foundations on grade, FEMA will not pay for the removal of those. reconstruction debris. So if a house was being reconstructed or built, then FEMA will not pay to clean that debris from that private property. Debris and materials unrelated to the disaster. So that goes back to the point I was just making with the debris work, documenting the debris work done within the area to tie it to the disaster. What FEMA has to do is cross-check and make sure they are not paying for un-disaster related costs. So damaged swimming pools and basements are ineligible, and debris removal from commercial property is ineligible as well. So that talks to the facilities. We have established eligible applicant, we've established eligible facilities, and now we're going to talk about work eligibility as it relates to public property debris removal. So the public property debris removal must be required as a result of the declared incident located within that designated disaster area, and it must be that legal responsibility of the eligible applicant. So if you own or operate that facility and you regularly maintain that facility, then that work would be deemed your legal responsibility. This came up a couple times in Florida when I was down there for after Hurricane Irma. And so we get the question more often than not that with leased facilities. So sometimes a city owns a property and leases it to like a school or so on and so forth. When it comes down to questions related to leased property, whether it be owned by the public or leased by the public, then it honestly comes down to those individual lease agreements and who's responsible for maintaining the facility in that lease, within that lease. Special considerations for work. So that public interest requirement, means there. So we, it's pretty obvious that it's in the public interest to clear the debris from our roadways so that the traveling public can get to and from. But having that determination is something FEMA would like you guys to consider. Damage due to negligence is ineligible. So if you have debris work that is ongoing and you've created additional damage to that facility, that damage would not be eligible for assistance. Damage as a result of just extensive use of that facility. So I'm speaking to a road here. So if you have, backhoes and dump trucks rolling through a neighborhood, that's not that, and that roadway is not necessarily designed to handle that type of equipment. That type of damage could potentially be eligible for reimbursement under FEMA's program, but damage due to negligence. So if you back your dump truck into a fire hydrant and the fire hydrant breaks, well, that's damage due to negligence, and FEMA wouldn't pay for that. But if you're driving a track hoe down a residential road and you tear up the road doing so, that type of damage may be considered eligible. Which brings up the next point here is normal maintenance items that existed prior to the disaster are ineligible. So this is super critical in this program and something FEMA's really honed in on over the last couple of months, or the last couple of years, rather, I'm sorry. But this normal maintenance, documenting your activities as you maintain your facilities is critical day in and day out. So I try to get folks on board with this before a disaster happens, because when a disaster happens and having that documentation to be able to prove to FEMA that that facility was maintained is critical, because that'll help discern some of the disaster caused damages versus the pre-existing damages. So as you can imagine, the example I was using of driving a track hoe down a residential road and creating potholes and excess potholes and so on and so forth, that could, a month or so when FEMA's out taking a look of that, after a month of that, and then a month goes by or 2 months goes by and FEMA comes out to quantify your damage and see your damage, and That could just look like normal potholes, but without documentation to show that those potholes didn't exist prior to that work being done, then FEMA is more often than not going to lead to the assumption that it was pre-disaster damages. That's just the reality of the program as it currently exists. So eligible debris work, clearance from the roadways, collection from your public right-of-ways, reduction and recycling is eligible. Disposal is obviously eligible. Environmental monitoring is eligible. So if you have to hire environmental monitoring services for your debris management sites, that would be an eligible expense. Debris monitoring costs are eligible and required. Debris monitoring your debris contractors is required on FEMA's end. Other debris related activities. So we talked about this. A couple examples came up earlier today. The one that I'm referring back to is the returning the site to its pre-disaster condition. So if you set up a debris management site, document its pre-disaster condition. So whenever you're done using it as a debris management site, you can establish the baseline with FEMA, and then the cost to restore it back to that baseline would be eligible. Roads and right-of-ways, something I've mentioned quite a bit. Disaster-related debris is generally eligible from your roads and right-of-ways. Must be closely managed by applicant and have established limits. So you have to stay within your road right-of-way when doing this type of work. And it must be separated from your normal garbage pickup and other ineligible debris removal. So FEMA is not going to pay for the removal of debris from a commercial site. They're not going to pay for your normal garbage weekly pickups or however often you pick up your constituent garbage. Those are two expenses that FEMA is not going to pay for. Vegetative debris on public property and right-of-ways. And then we're going to talk the hazardous trees, hazardous limbs, and hazardous stumps. This is a sticking point with FEMA. So making people aware of this prior to doing the work is crucial, because we need to be able to document that each of these are meeting the eligibility requirements. So for a hazardous tree removal, cost to be considered eligible and must meet the following criteria. The condition was caused by the disaster. It has to present an immediate threat, and that hazardous tree measures 6 inches or greater in diameter at 4.5 feet above ground level. So documenting, if you have run into this type of situation, being able to document that it met these requirements is critical in getting that cost reimbursed. Additionally, must meet one of the following criteria. More than 50% or more of the crown is damaged or destroyed. It has a split trunk or broken branches exposing the heartwood, has fallen or uprooted in a public use area, leaning at an angle of greater than 30 degrees and shows evidence of ground disturbance. So again, document. That's critical. Another thing that lesson learned for hazardous trees, if you have say a park that you have these beautiful trees in, and the tornado came through and knocked the trees down, the clearing of that tree would be eligible because it would meet these criteria, but the replacement of that tree would not be, or the placement of that same exact tree would not be eligible. We've had that instance come up in the past where the applicant said, we thought we could just put the tree back up in place and kind of stake it down into the ground, and they wanted FEMA to pay for that cost. Unfortunately, that's not eligible. It's a good activity to do, but it's just not eligible for FEMA reimbursement. Hazardous limbs must be located on an improved public property, so it has to be hanging over your sidewalk, hanging over a road, hanging in a park, so on and so forth. Limb must be greater than 2 inches in diameter at the point of break. The limb must still be hanging in tree and threatening a public use area. So as you can tell that there's some pretty strict guidelines in regards to eligibility here. So being able to document this type of work is critical. Uh-oh. Okay. Hazardous stumps. The stump must have 50% or more of the root ball exposed, must be greater than 24 inches in diameter, measured 24 inches above the ground, must be on improved public property or a public right-of-way, and it must pose an immediate threat. So being able to document that it meets these criteria is again critical. So that's work eligibility under the building blocks. Now we're going to move to cost eligibility, our final building block under the program. So cost must be reasonable and necessary to accomplish the eligible work. The applicant must comply with all applicable local, state, and federal procurement requirements. So I alluded to this early on, and we'll talk much more in depth regarding procurement and contracting. But having just because a disaster happened doesn't ease those requirements when it comes to federal procurement and state procurement, local procurement, so on and so forth. And the cost must be reduced by all applicable credits. So we mentioned insurance from public and private property. So if insurance proceeds for claim or received for debris clearance, then those must be deducted from your cost of submission to FEMA. Recycling revenue is listed here. Because as it currently stands under FEMA's policy, recycling revenue is not eligible. However, they have a pilot program that I don't know how long is going to be in existence. It's been around for 5 or 6 years now. So I'm not sure how much longer it'll stay around or if FEMA will revert their policy to account for that pilot program. But that pilot program would allow for the reimbursement or the retaining of the recycling revenue, as opposed to FEMA's policy outside of that pilot program, which restricts you from, you have to reduce the recycling revenue from your cost. So potential sources of cost, so areas to look when it comes to cost being incurred would be the folks that are doing the work, right? So the people that can do the work are your force account resources, so that's your own jurisdictions, public works department, roads department, so on and so forth. Mutual aid is another avenue, and contracts is another avenue as well. So for force account resources, labor limited to overtime hours only. Again, as this program is not complicated enough, that pilot program exists still, that same one that allows you to retain the recycling revenue. In that pilot program, it also allows for reimbursement of regular time labor for debris removal activities. Equipment, force account equipment, so the use of your jurisdiction's equipment. FEMA has established hourly rates for almost every piece of equipment you can imagine, from a fire truck to a car to a broom, a chainsaw, so on and so forth. Materials utilized, so there's oftentimes we don't see a lot of materials associated with debris removal activities, but I would imagine if you're setting up a debris management site, there will be materials needed to set that site up, whether it be a gravel to place the egress routes and other costs that are needed to do that work at the debris management sites. Leased, purchased equipment and supplies, that is also eligible for force account resources. As I've been mentioning, this pilot program, so FEMA calls it an alternative procedure for debris removal, aka pilot program. Again, that allows for the retention of recycling revenues, reimbursement of the straight time or regular time labor, and that's where the increased cost share for FEMA accepted debris management plans come into play. That increased cost share can be up to 10%. Mutual aid and contracts. So the cost of debris-related work performed through a mutual aid agreement or contracts between jurisdictions may be eligible. The receiving entity still responsible for non-federal cost share. So I mentioned FEMA typically on typical disasters, they fund 75% of eligible cost. The remaining non-federal 25% share would be the eligible applicant's responsibility. Sometimes the state contributes towards that 25%, whether it be the full 25 or 12.5. So just keep that in the back of your mind. The receiving entity, so the jurisdiction where the work is being done, is the eligible applicant to FEMA for those costs. So if locality A is providing resources to locality B would be the eligible applicant to FEMA. For under mutual aid and contracted work, regular time and overtime labor is eligible. No stipulation applied to that. So everybody's favorite part, procurement and contracting. You must, like I mentioned earlier, you must follow all local, state, and federal procurement requirements. A list of some of the state and local requirements is included in the Public Assistance Handbook at our EMA webpage. So ema.ohio.gov, EMA branches, disaster recovery. Left-hand side, you'll see the Public Assistance tab, which will give you our Public Assistance Handbook. Federal procurement rules can be found at the Code of Federal Regulations right there, 2 CFR 200.317 through 326. And then we're going to talk briefly on types of allowable contracts under FEMA. So and allowable contracts are lump sums, unit price, cost plus a fixed fee, and time and material contracts, with one caveat being placed on time and material contracts, and that is they should only be utilized if no other type of contract is suitable, and must include a do not exceed clause. There is a heavy administrative burden with these contracts. So those time and material contracts are those where the contractors are telling you, we will provide you this many laborers for this much an hour, and we will provide you the equipment for this much, and this, so on and so forth. The documentation for that contractor's labor must be submitted to FEMA, which is why it's a heavily administrative burden, because you're having to get all of the contractor's documents in regards to their actual labor sheets and so on and so forth. Types of unallowable contracts under the Public Assistance Program are cost plus the percentage of cost contracts. That's ineligible because there's nothing keeping the contractor in line. If they're basing their pay off of the cost it takes for them to do the work, FEMA looks at that as creating issues with cost reasonableness. And percentage of construction costs, same thing. And this includes any markups. So there's nothing keeping FEMA looks at those types of contracts as unallowable contracts for reimbursement federally. And you cannot use debarred contractors. You can check those two websites listed down there to see if those contractors are debarred or not. That's just an extra step to throw your way. All contracts must have the following support documentation included. So a cost or price analysis. So depending on the levels of procurement, so in the state of Ohio procurement, any contract for 50,000 or more requires the sealed bid process to be followed, unless there's some other stipulations created through emergency or exigency. So having that sealed bid process and the documentation to show here's our cost or price analysis on the quotes or bids we've received, a history of procurement. So as I said time and time again, document. If you speak to a contractor, you talk to a contractor, you solicit a contractor, documenting those activities is critical because it'll help you show your due diligence and executing the proper procurement. And you have to be able to show full and open competition. You can't, show favoritism or anything along those lines. And source documentation, particularly with time and material type contracts. So as I'd mentioned, the contractors, labor sheets and equipment usage logs, all of those types of things would have to be submitted to FEMA under a time and material contract. The Davis-Bacon Act is not required. So the Davis-Bacon Act is the federal prevailing wage. So you do not have FEMA, under the FEMA Public Assistance Program, you do not have to follow the federal prevailing wage unless there's something else locally that requires you to follow the federal prevailing wage. Allowable procurement methods. I briefly spoke to one, and that being the sealed bids. The micro purchase, these are federal dollar amounts you're seeing up here. The states are dollar amount are more restrictive, and you have to follow whichever one's most restrictive. So we would be following the states procurement methods and their dollars associated. I believe it's 3,000 or 5,000 for a micro purchase at the state level, and for a small purchase is under the 50,000 at the state level. So anything over the 50,000 would require the sealed bid process to be followed. Non-competitive proposals, okay, it is limited. That those non-competitive proposals would speak to the emergency and exigency circumstances. So we have this, extreme emergency going on. You have a contractor there locally, or you have a contractor in mind. You call that contractor and say, "Come do this work." An example of this was, say, a flooding event happens and your elevators are flooded, and you have somebody stuck in the elevator, and you need that elevator company to come out and repair that elevator to get that individual out. So that would be an emergency and exigency circumstances. What I don't do is, I'm not an attorney by any means, so I don't field questions as it relates to, is this an emergency or is this an exigency? Again, I'm not an attorney, and nor do I intend to be. So I would just, if you have questions as it relates to emergency and exigency circumstances and how they meet, if they meet the federal prevailing or federal requirements, I would talk with your legal counsel. So here's some resources when it comes to procurement. Not every time or every day are we dealing with federal procurement regulations, and unfortunately, FEMA requires you to follow the federal procurement regulations, even though you don't know you're going to be receiving this federal grant. So these declarations and FEMA Public Assistance Program offerings happen a lot of times, a month or more removed from the disaster. But as you are working through that disaster, if you cannot show that you followed federal procurement regulations and an emergency or an exigency didn't exist, then a lot of times those types of cost or contracts are not eligible. So FEMA's Public Assistance Program and Policy Guide is a good place to look. That's kind of the overarching guidance document for the Public Assistance Program. The Code of Federal Regulations section there are listed, 200-317 through 326. The Small Business Administration is another area to look. They'll help you do some searches to find small businesses. In the FEMA's Procurement Disaster Assistance Team, this is new-ish. FEMA had recognized about 4 years ago that there is a systemic problem with this federal procurement regulations not being followed under the program. So they created this Procurement Disaster Assistance Team. We've actually had them come out through a few of our federally declared disasters and give presentations to our applicants following the Presidential Disaster Declaration. But they have a web page where you can go and get all of the federal procurement contract clauses and so on and so forth. And they strictly, I've heard them say that this disaster assistance team is FEMA's attorneys that come together, and they provide these resources for our applicants. So really, that's a really good resources when it really good resource when it comes to FEMA's public assistance program and making sure you're following the procurement, federal procurement laws and regulations you are required to. With all of that, there's some, obviously, as we talked, there's scaling of variable or scaling of activities. So you can have a debris management site, you can not have a debris management site, you can have jurisdiction-wide debris management activities, you can have a single neighborhood with where you're doing work as opposed to throughout your entire jurisdiction. So there's lots of different variables that affect cost. So the types and quantities and locations. So if you have a lot of debris, going back to the example of the debris in the stream impacting your bridge abutment, well, that type of debris removal is probably going to cost a little bit more than removing debris that's laying in your roadway. So having those types of variables in mind and being able to document those to help show cost reasonableness to FEMA is definitely encouraged. Hauling distances and conditions. So if you have to haul and if you have to take your truckloads of debris to farther locations, that's not only going to take more gas and it's going to take more time as well. So that truck driver may, as opposed to making a 30-minute round trip, now they have to make a 2-hour round trip, and they're going to get maybe 4 or 5 loads in a day, as opposed to the 30-minute round trip where they can get double or more, lots more than that in a day. So so if you're having to haul further, you'll probably have a lot more resources on hand or utilizing a lot more equipment so you can keep things moving. The use of a debris management site, obviously, those are not cheap to establish in accordance with all of the requirements Rick went over. There's lots of that goes into those debris management sites. So volume reduction and recycling is a variable that affects the cost. Disposal fees, we talked through some of the waivers that can be issued to help bring that cost down. As a disaster impact perspective, environmental monitoring is another thing. If you have to, if you're doing work in an environmentally sensitive area, that those types of activities can be more expensive as well. And debris monitoring and project management is having site security, not having site security, all of those types of different activities all lead to cost variables. So what do you need to document eligibility? And this is going to lead into after our next presentation, I'm going to be speaking to technology and how we can document this type of eligibility. But debris quantities, types, and exact locations. So FEMA does require to know how much debris and the type of debris was taken from where. So if you're submitting debris removal activities, they're going to ultimately want to know how much debris you removed, where did you get it, and where did you take it. And those ultimately are going to be required of you to submit to FEMA. Documenting that it's the immediate threat and legal responsibility. The best way to do this is through photographs, being able to take a bunch of pictures laying in your tree or in your roadways or impacting your public facilities and being able to show them this is our legal responsibility and it was posing a threat. Procurement process and procedures, we talked through that documentation, having those contracts documented and on hand. Force account resources, labor sheets, equipment logs, material invoices is all documentation that's going to be needed to turn into FEMA. The applicant monitoring information, as I mentioned, you are required to monitor debris contractors, and it's encouraged to monitor your force account resources as well, just to ensure that you're documenting all of this and your workers can keep working and you have somebody documenting as they go. And it'll help show all of this was reasonable and necessary and really help you back into a documentation clause for FEMA. 1 second here. Alrighty, sorry about that. Mutual aid agreements. having those documented in writing is required. So a lot of times those can be after the fact. So if jurisdiction A is requesting jurisdiction B's assistance, then they can agree upon, you know, that they can come to an agreement verbally, but then they must put it in writing, you know, relative sooner rather than later. I think regulation requires 30 days, but sometimes that can be overlooked or looked past just to, you know, depending on the severity of the event. But documenting those mutual aid agreements in writing, and one key component of that mutual aid agreement needs to be how reimbursement is flowed. So is jurisdiction A, who's requesting jurisdiction B's equipment, is jurisdiction B going to bill A, and how much are they going to bill them for that service? And that billing cannot be dependent upon federal reimbursement. So jurisdiction B can't say, well, I'm going to bill jurisdiction A if we get a FEMA declaration, it can't be dependent upon federal reimbursement. It's got to be to the letter, I's dotted and T's crossed, that jurisdiction B is going to bill jurisdiction A and what they're going to bill them for. So donated resources for emergency work can help offset your non-federal share. So if you have volunteers performing debris removal activities, as long as you documented them the same way you would document your own force account labor and equipment. So having the who, what, when, where, and why documentation for those donated resources, then you can utilize those costs. So you would document the times and hours associated with donated resources, and then FEMA would put a value to that donated resource based off of a national rate, and then offset your non-federal share of that value, or up to the 25% share of your. So if you have $100,000 in eligible debris cost, FEMA is automatically going to fund $75,000 of that 100. But if you can document donated resources in up to $25,000, then FEMA would write a separate project funding you for that $25,000 cost. But if your donated resource is in excess of your 25% match, then FEMA is only going to give you the money for that 25% match. They're not going to give you more than that 100% for the offset of donated resources. Historical or local cost information, being able, that goes back to show maintenance, and it shows the cost reasonable as well. Maintenance records, again, we hit that. Federal aid roads, we hit that. Flood control works. So I do believe we have some folks on with the USACE, and if they have different emergency programs that would provide reimbursement for removal of debris from your flood control areas, then you would be required to go through their federal program. Another stipulation that comes up with that is the Natural Resource Conservation Service, or NRCS, is they have an emergency watershed impairment program that if you have debris in a stream, they will pay to clear the debris stream clearance from that debris. So that is your NRCS, or Natural Resource Conservation Service. USACE is the Army Corps of Engineers. Public right-of-way is, being able to document that the debris was taken from your public right-of-way. All goes back to the importance of those debris monitors doing a very robust job of documenting, and the same with the hazardous trees, limbs, and stumps. So with that, that's going to conclude our FEMA reimbursement section. I'll look to Kevin, and we can go over some of the questions that we may have in chat.
Awesome. Thanks, Brock. So it looks like we only have a couple of questions that came through. One was towards the beginning when you were talking about public assistance, and it's related to schools. And so The comment originally was, I thought the public assistance guidance also includes schools specifically. Is that now part of the other entities formed for a public purpose?
So you are correct. The schools are considered part. It just depends on how that school is established. So there's lots of different variants of schools. So if we're talking like a public-owned school, then yes, they would be an eligible applicant under the program.
Perfect, thank you. I am not seeing any additional questions that came through. I know we had one question about an acronym, but I know you addressed that just now during the presentation. So I think we'll move on to our next speaker, which, Brock, is this still you, or are we turning it over to Rick right now for inventory?
We're going to turn this one over to Rick for a resource inventory.
Perfect. So next on our agenda, we have, again, Rick Karleski from Ohio EPA to talk through inventory of resources.
That is correct. Let me share this with you real quick here. Kevin, give me a thumbs up when you
All
see
good.
that. Okay. Hello again, everybody. Thanks for joining us in the afternoon. I'm Rick Karleski. I'm the Assistant Chief of Ohio EPA's Division of Materials and Waste Management. I serve as the Chief Debris Management Contact here at the agency and for the division. So working with Brock over the last couple of years, developing some debris management training for local EMA offices. We expanded this out to include some other players that will be inevitably involved in actual debris management and disaster response when the time comes. So a lot of things that Brock was talking about earlier about inventorying your resources and what kind of needs you have for a debris management plan is really specific to your area. And we found across the state there are the haves and the have-nots, and some have a lot of resources and some do not. So when we try to do debris management training, we try to have the participants take a good look at what they have and what they don't and address those shortfalls. So Brock already talked about force account labor and temporary labor needs and force account equipment. So do you have the kinds of equipment and labor available to clean up stuff and clear debris and haul debris? Do you have mutual aid? All those things come into play naturally when a disaster comes, because a disaster doesn't conveniently stay in one area or one county and only affect that place. It typically, moves across boundaries, and mutual aid comes into play quite a bit. I'm going to have Brock say a little bit about volunteers, because that is a somewhat of a fluid type of resource that can be brought in, and it seems to be a little bit more, I could say, popular these days when there's various disasters going on, including, what we just got through in Texas. So, Brock, can you expound on volunteers a little bit?
Yep, thanks, Rick. One key consideration when it comes to volunteers, I know one of our panelist speakers is going to speak to volunteer management, so I'm not going to speak a lot to that, but one key consideration I wanted to bring to everybody's attention as it relates to debris work. A lot of times our volunteer organizations that can provide debris clearance are going to want to do work on private property. So helping homeowners clear their private property of the disaster debris is where we see a lot of the volunteer services being provided, not so much in our public world due to the legality and of working on public property and all of that stuff. So we see a lot of our volunteer services being allocated to private property clearance, but being plugged in with those volunteers is critical because, as you can imagine, you have a bunch of volunteers working in one jurisdiction or one area. You're going to want to have resources there as they're bringing that private property debris to your public right-of-way for your initial or final disposal having to know where they're at and where those resources are going to be needed to assist them in their operations is critical. That's all I have for volunteers, Rick. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brock. Moving down the list here, contracted services, Brock detailed that quite a bit. If you don't have the service available, you're going to go out and have to contract and find it for the labor or service that you need. The next, recycling disposal capacity. This is where the solid waste management districts come into be a very important player around the table when talking about what kinds of programs you have in the area, what kinds of companies that work in the area, what kind of disposal capacity, meaning, you know, what is the capacity of the landfills to take this stuff, and all those needs need to be considered in debris planning. Subject matter experts is a big area where Ohio EPA fits in, simply because Ohio EPA doesn't have a lot of equipment to go out and manage debris. However, we have experts around the state who have various knowledge and program knowledge of things that can be done in disaster response and can help the local people decide the best solutions with the least environmental impacts involved. I did say earlier in the morning, potential permits needed for debris management sites. EPA can get you through there, that maze of getting those permits approved, and it can talk you through how to get them forms completed and things like that. So EPA does a lot of technical advice and subject matter expert questions during debris response. There are also local and regional resources. There are any number of people who have worked at various positions locally that have responded to disasters in the past. It's good to get to know who those people are and what experience they bring. And they don't necessarily have come locally. They could have come from another area of the country where they've dealt with this issue quite a bit, and they're very familiar with how to organize, how to assess needs, and how to find things that you need when the time comes. This is just a typical example. This would be, you know, landfill disposal resources. We put this slide up for the emergency management people, basically just to tell them that Ohio EPA's inventory of landfills is not that many. We have municipal solid waste landfills, which is where your household garbage goes. There's 38 of those. It's construction and demolition debris landfills. That's a different type of landfill. It only takes construction demolition debris. There's 44 of those. Hazardous waste landfill, there's only one of those. In addition to that, we have 63 transfer facilities that basically it's truck to truck transfer. It's not a disposal, but transfer facilities can form and perform a vital need as a transport station for debris clearing in certain situations, and we have seen those work well. It's important to know, if those in the audience who didn't know, that all of these types of facilities have restrictions on the amount of waste they can accept per day. And in the morning, I did talk about the AMDWR, or that term about how much a landfill can take per day, and if that limit has to be increased to account for added debris disposal during an emergency response. So we maintain these types of resources here at Ohio EPA for people who need to know. We have a number of online lists for things that break things down. We have some recycling information. We have licensed landfills. We have composting facilities, landfills accepting asbestos, and so forth. There's a couple of links there. We also have on our DIMWIM homepage. We have some interactive maps with relevant facilities showing where the landfills, composting facilities, transfer facilities, what have you, are located around the state with a kind of a point and click GIS maps. Something else as a resource I wanted to point out to you, we do use it quite a bit, and in fact, Brock Metzger and I, when we put together the one-day, full-day debris management course for Ohio EMA offices, we basically use this debris fact sheet for local officials as a pretty good guide for all of the content that's located there. And I'm going to kind of show you what it looks like. It is a good resource for local officials. If you're new to debris management or you need a quick guide that can be very handy when the time comes, this basically talks about local government roles. Ohio Environmental Protection Agency is here. Ohio EMA is here. And the fact sheet goes into the Ohio EPA district offices with phone numbers for emergencies as well. There's emergency hotlines there. Shows you the breakout of Ohio EPA. Down here we have some additional contacts. There's the local solid waste management district. Map will come up. You can look them, any of them of interest. Your local health departments are linked there. There's some other numbers for some other agencies if needed. We also go into, here's a quick chart. This comes in handy quite a bit. It's a quick chart of management options for disaster-related debris and wastes. So you'll see on the left side the type of waste, and then it'll describe what that waste consists of and what it does not. And then on the right is your management options with the #1 recommended option listed first. So you go down the list there of the least, and you'll find the least favorite options at the bottom there. Okay, so that comes in handy quite a bit for local officials trying to understand the differences of type of debris and why the type of debris is an issue and why it has to be handled certain ways. We have some other links in there for some other topics. There's a note down there about streams and waterways. We talked about the Army Corps of Engineers before. And also we have a quick list here about debris management sites. This summarizes a lot of the stuff I talked about earlier this morning about citing a debris management site. Some considerations. Comes in handy. Summarizes that in a page. Then we get into some more resources from our division, composting facilities. There's some hyperlinks there to all the landfills, infectious waste treatment facilities, all the things that we license or register in Ohio. Those are available in quick links for you. Our Division of Emergency Remedial Response is referenced there as well. Our Air Pollution Control Division is there. Highlighted some open burning regulations as a quick link because open burning is not an accepted means of debris disposal. So some people think that happens to be a legal way to get rid of it, and it really isn't. So we emphasize the open burning problems. Okay. The next half of the next couple pages basically outline a lot of FEMA stuff that Brock has been talking about, and contracting and environmental considerations, and that is a nice fact sheet for you to use and get a hold of. It will be available, posted on the site for you. at the conclusion of this workshop today. So, any other questions about debris? I can't simplify this enough. If you have questions, there's our Division of Materials and Waste Management main number. Call that number, say you got debris questions, debris handling, we'll get you to the right people. Okay, we have district offices around the state, and we have key people at each district office that will respond to debris management questions. This is something some of you may be familiar with. This is an example from Waste Management, one of the largest waste management companies in the country. They do a lot of door-to-door citizen communication of debris management during emergencies. They have, what I'm showing you is just an image of their citizen guide and how you can separate household trash and recycling for storm debris when their particular company gets involved, and they typically put stuff out like this and run campaigns for collection where they mandate on Thursdays it's a certain type of debris, and on Mondays it's this other type of debris. And this is a citizen guide that they will go door to door and drop off. We have similar guides that are done by Rumpke in Ohio and Indiana and Kentucky use. And Republic Services also has a similar guide where they advocate curbside separation of disaster and storm debris for proper pickup and recycling purposes. So I just wanted to show you a little example here of some resources that are out there from the waste industry themselves as they help local communities recover from debris events. Okay, that is what I have for some resources for the audience here. So we can, I think Brock is up next for technology. Kevin.
Yes, that is correct. And just before we move on to Brock, I just wanted to point out within the chat, there was some questions regarding the links to these documents that Rick presented on. We will be sending out the links to where they're posted on our webpage following the workshop. And that will also include links, again, to a recording of today's presentation and the PowerPoints as well. So thank you for that question, and we will make sure we get out the links to everyone. So with that being said, I don't see any additional questions in here, so we'll turn it over to Brock for discussion on technology.
Alrighty, thank you, Kevin. I believe my screen should be back up and sharing. So we're going to talk a little bit, just very briefly, on technology during a disaster debris management event. One of the examples, or the example I'm going to go over today, is what we utilized as the state when we were mission assigned from Montgomery County to remove the debris from 2 of their temporary debris staging areas or their debris management sites. What we did was I developed this technology for us to monitor those contractors. We, as the state, utilized our existing waste hauler third-party administrator. So our third-party administrator then entered into agreements with hauling or haulers, waste haulers, and ODOT was gracious enough to provide some loaders for the sites. So we were able to piece it together in that fashion, but we had to have a way to document what trucks were coming and going from those sites and what they were taking out and where they were going. So I thought no better time than now or then to use some technology to achieve that, as opposed to trying to track down papers and photos and trying to piece things together. I guess one caveat to that mission assignment was we filled the debris monitoring aspect of that with our Ohio National Guard, Ohio Military Reservist folks. So they were able to provide some personnel that we equipped with, they were equipped with their own personal cell phone on their behalf, and we gave them some battery backups and some logins to our AGOL or ARC Online account, and they were able to get off and running with what I'm about to show you. So our next slide is going to have a link, and for those that want to follow along at home, feel free. But you don't have to. So if you take your smartphone out, or tablet, or whichever has a camera, and you pan your smart device over the QR code shown on the screen, it'll pop up a link on the top of your device, and that link will take you to our debris monitoring survey that each of our monitors filled out for every truck that was coming and going at the debris management sites. I'm going to leave that link up for one more minute here, and then I'm going to transition my screen to show you what data we ended up getting and what it looked like after it was all said and done. Okay. So what we're seeing here is the data that we collected. So we had 983 truckloads leave our debris management sites. It's plotted each of those truckloads on our map. So you can see the site here at Forest Park and the other site over here that was in the city of Trotwood. And each of those dots is a data point down here in our collection. So what we did was we knew or measured what our haulers were providing in regards to equipment. So we had a variety of 3 different types of containers or capacities. We had roll-off containers that had a 30 cubic yard capacity. We had semi-truck trailers that had 40 cubic yard capacity, and we had standard dump trucks that had a 30 cubic yard capacities as well. So I made that for those that pulled up the survey on your end, you can see that was a multiple choice question. So as the monitors come in, they fill in the required fields, giving us the required data, and then they would take a picture of that truck and attach it to each of those fields, and that would give us all of the data we needed to monitor our debris contractor. So looking at this data set here, it tells me, what time it was completed, the hauler company name, the driver name, the truck plate number, the type of bed capacity or the type of truck that was being moved, the estimated percentage of full, and the debris site we were pulling from. And then also it gave us the latitude and longitude for that site. And as you can see, we got photos of the truck as it was coming and going. So this monitor estimated this to be at 99%, which I would agree. And that just gave us the capability to monitor and cross-check based off of the invoice or load ticket, which is also, so the truck would go and our monitors were on scaffolding taking those photos of the trucks, and then as the trucks come back, they would bring a waste slip just like this, and then we would complete that survey by taking a picture of that waste slip, and that would give us all the information we needed to provide to FEMA as it related to debris monitoring. So what we ended up having to submit as a state for FEMA reimbursement for our activities was the contract that we had with our third-party administrator. And what I did was I printed out this report subsequent of all of the photos and that are attached, and I gave this listing of all 983 data points to FEMA, and FEMA came back and asked for a representative sample. They took 20% of the documentation. So they said, give us lines, 3, 10, 12, and 30. And then I went through and I downloaded these reports, and then I just hit the print button here, and I would print this off and give it directly to FEMA, and that was enough to validate our claim. So you can utilize this type of software for lots of different data collections outside of debris management and debris monitoring. it's a very, we had very good success with the utilization of it. It was a pretty self-explanatory, easy to use form, or not form, but easy to use software. You don't have to have internet connectivity to be able to submit these, to be able to create these surveys. So if it's like I had mentioned, we gave these folks, our debris monitors, logins under our existing software agreement with ArcGIS, and that those logins were good. They were able to download the app, the ArcGIS app on their phone. They could download the survey as they were connected to the internet, and then not connected to internet or cell service, they could go and complete that survey as many times as needed. And then at the end of the day, if they got back and wanted to connect to their Wi-Fi, they could do that, and then they could upload all of their survey data. That's one option to utilize. We encouraged the use of it in real time, because what that did was this provides data back into the State Emergency Operations Center, where we were then able to see the progress being made and how we were able to break down to see at the end of each day, I can filter these types of listings. At the end of each day, I could go and see how many dump trucks or semi trucks were removed in that day or period. I could see kind of the ebbs and flows of the progress being made real time as it was happening. While I've got everybody's attention, and I think I've got a few more minutes here, I do want to say we are more than likely going to move towards a similar type process for conducting individual damage assessments. So this will allow homeowners in our now virtual setting, through this COVID response, FEMA's had to get pretty creative on their end. So this type of surveying is on its way to be rolled out through the state for disaster survivors to document and submit their damages as it relates to a declared disaster. So that's all I have for today. I do want to add one more thing. Rick pointed to it in his last presentation that we do offer a full 8-hour course on debris management in Ohio. It's posted at our Department of Public Safety training campus. So it's free to register for that training campus, and you can get lots of different types of trainings through there. But we offer the full 8-hour course on debris management, where we talk similar topics, but in a lot more detail. And it allows us to have a little bit more course participation as well. So we do apologize if that was something that you missed, but we had a lot of information to go over, and we wanted to not leave a lot of it out, and we wanted to at least hit the highs today. But if you're interested in a course participation type setting for this information sharing, I would encourage you to go to the Department of Public Safety Training Campus. The course ID is 202, and it's the Ohio Debris Management course. And you can find that course again at the Ohio Department of Public Safety Training Campus. Our next offering of that course is April 22nd of this year, and it'll be offered virtually through the Microsoft Teams platform again. Without further ado, I guess we can take any final questions. Kevin, I'll turn it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Brock. That was really great. We do have one hand raised. It is John Manier. So John, do you want to unmute yourself and ask any questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you, Kevin. And I really don't have a question, but I wanted to emphasize to the group the database that the tool that Brock just rolled out, where you had to take your phone and take a picture of that. I cannot emphasize to all of you, if any of you have gone through and gone through a disaster where you have had to log tickets and do all of that kind of work, that particular tool is incredible. It will save you hours upon hours of, just downloading stuff onto Excel spreadsheets and preparing reports for FEMA. So I would really strongly recommend everybody getting a hold of that. And whenever you have a situation, a disaster, whether it's federally declared or not, that tool is a tremendous asset. So I just wanted to make that comment, Kevin and Brock, for the group. Just a great asset. Thank you.
Thanks, John. We appreciate that. Brock, I am not seeing any additional questions within our chat, and I haven't gotten anything through email. Jeff, have you received any questions through email?
No, I have nothing through email.
Okay, thank you. So I guess with that, Brock, did you have any last minute comments or anything you wanted to add?
Nope, I think we're good.
Okay.
Again, I just hope everybody was able to enjoy our presentation today. It's not over yet. We do have that panelist presentation, which I'm excited for as well. And don't ever hesitate to reach out to us. At least I'll put my name out there for any follow-up if you guys have. I hope this sparked a lot of interest, and you guys start your journey through a debris management planning process. And as questions arise, feel free to reach out. Thanks, Kevin.
Awesome. Thank you, Brock. So again, I just wanted to thank all of our speakers today so far. So Brock, Rick, and Phil, thank you so much. In addition, just thank you to our planning team. They were all a part of it as well, but also John Manier was a critical role in helping to plan this, and then Chet Cheney and Jeff Monovan. So it was really a great collaboration effort for today's workshop. But again, it is not over yet. So starting at 3:30 today, we have a case study panelist session on different events that have occurred throughout the state. So on that panel, we have Michelle Balls from Hamilton County Solid Waste Management District, Pam Haberkos from Clermont County EMA, and then Mark Isaacson from Greene County Public Health. So we're very excited. It's going to be about an hour-long case study panelist session with some Q&A at the end. So thank you, and we hope that everyone is able to still attend that today. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our case study panelist session. So thank you to everyone who still stuck it out with us throughout the entirety of the workshop today. We really appreciate it and really appreciate the great participation. It's been wonderful to see. So just a couple of quick housekeeping items. Very shortly, I'll be sending out via chat the afternoon survey. Please make sure to fill that out in order to gain RS credits, but then also we will be sending out through that a certificate of completion to ensure that you can get any additional CEUs that you might want to receive. Finally, while the presenters are speaking today, please just remember to keep yourself muted just to avoid any background noise. We really appreciate that. And then just with the amount of people attending today, we do recommend that you turn off your webcam just to ensure that you have the proper connectivity issue. You don't have any connectivity issues. So with that being said, we have a great panelist today. So our first speaker is Michelle Balls, and she is the Solid Waste Manager for Hamilton County Solid Waste Management District. So Michelle, do we have you?
You do.
Awesome.
Should I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And I'm never really quite sure if this is working or not. So if it's not, please stop me.
Well, I can see it, so you are all good on my end.
Great. So as Kevin said, I'm Michelle Baltz with the Hamilton County Recycling and Solid Waste District, and I'm going to talk to you today about our response to the 2008 windstorm. You likely remember this event. It impacted all of Ohio. It especially did impact us down in Hamilton County. We're at the southwest corner of the state. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about what we did. And I'll try to answer any questions. I will have to say, I mean, it's been a long time, so I did have to do some digging to try to remember all of this. I think I compacted it back into a little corner of my brain, but I think overall we had a really great response to it, even though we were utterly unprepared. So without further ado, so you may remember this was September 14th, 2008. And the remnants of Hurricane Ike hit Southwest Ohio. It really hit the whole state. It was actually considered a Category 1 hurricane, which is obviously something that we're not usually thinking is going to happen. We had winds 75 miles per hour and really just widespread damage across the county and many other areas outside of our county. And I think what was really devastating about this is that the damage was so widespread. So, a hurricane or tornadoes are terrible, and they can cause a lot of damage, but they tend to be, isolated into a certain area. But this was just, our whole county was swept with it. We've also had floods, and so they tend to be in a certain area. But this really was our whole county. We had over 900,000 people lose electricity, and I was one of them, which is 90% of the residents. And many of those were multiple days or even more than a week. And I was one of the ones who was more than a week. So we had a few different tiers response. The largest response we had was our help with the communities. So we have 48 communities in Hamilton County in our solid waste district. And a few days after the event, we happened to have a policy committee meeting, and our policy committee passed a motion to authorize us to spend $500,000 from our carryover to help manage the storm debris. So we had been meeting with community representatives, and we continue to meet with them, really asking, what are your needs? How can we help with this disaster? And it was determined that the largest impact the communities were seeing was with trees being torn down, limbs coming off, just yard debris everywhere. I mean, there was some other debris, but the bulk of it was yard debris. So that's where we came in to help. We decided that we would provide tub grinding and then wood chip removal service. And the communities, I mean, they really had to start moving this stuff right away. We had 14 sites in the county, and the communities, I mean, really, they had limbs in their streets. They had to get them out of the way. And so they really put together those sites. We did not have anything really to do with the sites. They were already together once we started working with them. But we helped with managing the debris on those sites. And so it was really a time when the communities were helping each other out. There were 14 sites in 12 different communities, but every community of those 48 were collecting material. And so, they were bringing it to their neighboring sites, and neighboring communities were saying, hey, you can bring it here. And we ended up having a cost of over $368,000. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I know from the FEMA paperwork, that is our exact cost. So I did put in here just a few pictures of some of those sites that we had. The top two are from the Green Township site. So the first one is a picture of the grinder and just the raw wood material. And the next one was a few weeks later of the actual chipped material. And then we had, this was a site, I think it was Sims Township, where they just had debris piled up. So the next level of assistance that we offered was to residents. So we had quite a few, obviously a lot of residents who had material just on their own private property. And so how do we help them get them the information that they need? So we have 3 yard trimmings drop-off sites that are open regularly, usually on the weekends. One is open during the week. And we immediately worked with our contractors for those sites to extend the hours of operation so that people could drop off material. This was at our site at the Rumpke landfill, but people could drop off that material all throughout the week, extended hours in the weekend. And just to give you an idea, one of the sites, the first week, received 700 cars. And to compare that, usually we get 80 tons collected in September. In September 2008, we had 800 tons collected at those 3 sites. So they were really well used. We also, because we have those 48 communities and they all have different ways of collecting their yard trimmings, we also compiled a list of how each community was handling the yard trimming. So what do you want, what they wanted their residents to do with that material and other debris as well. And we were able to get that out to the media and have it on our website prominently so that, you know, not everyone has a pickup truck like this, you know, especially in urban areas. Some people don't even have cars. And so, you know, what can I do with this tree that just fell in my backyard? So we had the answers for them. We also really collaborated with the media. This was obviously a really big media story for that month or 2 after, and we were able to really get a lot of attention on yard debris because that was one of the big problems. And so we were able to issue press releases, media reminders, send them those lists, and the media was just gobbling it up. They wanted more and more stories to be able to offer on this, so they put it out there. We just, in that first 2 weeks, we had 6 newspaper stories and 26 TV spots specifically about the yard trimmings and what to do with the yard trimmings. We also had a media briefing event at the Rumpke landfill a few days after the event. And I have to say, at this time, my boss, Holly Chrisman, some of you may know her, or my old boss, my boss at this time, she had to do this press briefing, and she had not had hot water in her house for 3 days at this point. And so she had to go up on TV without having washed her hair in 3 days. So I felt really bad for her, but we did get a lot of media attention on it, and I don't think anybody focused on her hair, just the great information she was giving them. So a few lessons learned. And this has been touched on a little bit, actually all 3 of these throughout the day, but we were at first a little nervous that we were not going to be eligible for FEMA reimbursement because we did not have a debris management plan. It wasn't part of our solid waste plan. We weren't listed anywhere as being someone who would participate in debris management. We just hopped in there and helped. So it was questionable whether we were going to receive FEMA reimbursement. We did in the end, but this was a big lesson learned for us. So we immediately started working with our local EMA office and put together a debris management plan. We've actually reached out to them to do it again because we're starting our solid waste plan update this year. And we put it in our solid waste plan as well, not as in much detail, but really just stating again, you know, that if a disaster were to happen, we have this much money set aside that we can use out of our carryover balance or our regular budget, should our budget allow us to. So it gives us some flexibility that if we were really financially hurting, we're not obligated to give money we don't have, but it does help with that FEMA eligibility. We also had some issues with our procurement of services. So it was funny when I was listening to whoever was talking about this before, because so at first we needed to get this debris taken care of immediately, and we thought that the fastest way to do that would be the city of Cincinnati had a contract for tub grinding. So we're like, perfect, we can legally hop onto this. We consulted our legal representatives. They're like, yes, you can do this. So originally our plan was to hop onto that contract, and that's how we started. However, we quickly learned that the tub grinder that they had set aside was not enough to take care of everything that we had, that we needed to take care of. So we had to kind of shift, and the process, and we did everything the way you're supposed to, the way that they listed, but it is so slow. And having to get the quotes when you know everyone's busy. These tub grinders were already at work helping private places, so they were working 12-hour days, and then they were having to put together quotes for us. But also trying to estimate how big are these piles now, how big are they going to be while they're still cleaning up material. How it is really hard to estimate. And I know somebody had a slide with those estimations, and we had that information, but it was really up in the air. How do we figure out how much material we have, and how much is this debris that's mostly trees going to compact? We ended up coming pretty close to what we thought it was originally going to be. I think we were around like 355, and we ended up being in the 360s. So we ended up getting pretty close. The other problem, which was mentioned earlier, that we came across is that one of the tub grinders we work with charged us by the hour for labor. And so that we found was not the best way. It was not the most efficient way. They really didn't have a whole lot of incentive to get through the piles quickly because we're paying them by the hour. But also then when we submitted that FEMA paperwork, we had to have all of those timesheets, and that was a mess. So I don't recommend. I recommend you do it by ton, by cubic yard, any other way besides per hour. But in the end, it worked out. We were able to get FEMA reimbursement, and I was really impressed with all of the communities working together, all the neighbors helping each other out. It was really a good experience in the end. After I can say that now, 13 years later. But that's all I have. So Kevin, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. We did have one question that came through, and it's regarding, I know you mentioned working on your current plan. So the question was, do you anticipate making any changes to your current disaster debris management plan based on past events? If so, what are you looking to adjust?
I think that hearing today about the debris management sites, I think that I think it would be smart for us to consider if we need to have some of those set aside, and working with our local communities. I mean, we certainly have quite a few Class 4 composting facilities, that we can lean on for sites, and some of those are operated by communities. But I do think, just listening to this today, I learned a lot, and I think we could do better with planning and thinking about what disasters we're possibly going to have. We may have another hurricane, but that's probably not going to be the huge thing. But we definitely are going to have more floods. Mm-hmm. We'll likely have more tornadoes. So considering those, what areas would be most vulnerable to that, I think having those things in our plan, or at least having the reference the EMA plan that would be more in detail, I think would be useful.
Perfect. Thank you. And then I did have one additional question. So obviously there's a lot of moving parts during a disaster debris cleanup. I know it was a little bit ago, but how did you create a communication plan among all the different organizations that you worked with during that cleanup?
So I don't exactly remember. I remember that we worked mm-hmm. really closely with our PR staff, who were really helpful in communicating it to the media. And I know that we worked closely with EMA, but I wasn't the person who was in contact with EMA. Yeah. So I think that maybe someone from Hamilton County EMA is on, and if they are, I'd be happy if they remember this event. But I'm pretty sure we leaned on EMA for that communication.
Okay. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Well, those were all the questions that I received. But thank you again for presenting today. We really appreciate it. And if there's any more that we get for like the general panel, I'll ask them towards the end. So thank you again, Michelle.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, so next on our agenda today, we have Pam Havercoast from Clermont County. She is the Clermont County EMA Director. So Director Havercoast, do we have you on today?
Yeah, can you see and hear me correctly?
Yes, I can.
Great. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, so I had to switch out my computer.
No
And
worries.
I'm on vacation too, so don't just ignore my background. Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen now.
Okay.
Hopefully. Can you see it? No.
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So as I said, I had to switch out computers, so you're going to see it in a PDF versus a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you for inviting me to participate. My name is Pam Havercost. I'm the Clermont County Emergency Management Agency Director. And in Clermont County, in the past 9 years, we've had a series of floods and tornadoes. So I'm going to talk about some of the lessons that we've learned from all of those events. So we had a large EF3 tornado in 2012. We've had a few smaller EF1 and EF2 and EF0 tornadoes, as well as we've also had a series of Ohio River floodings back in 2015 and 2018. The type of debris that we deal with is very dependent on the type of event that occurred, the geographic area affected, the unmet needs of the community, and then the resources that are available. So that would all play into how we mitigate and manage the event and how we manage that debris. So I'll move on to the next slide. So again, I'm sure you guys talked about this most of the day, but during the emergency response phase, we're really worried about just getting access for our first responders, access for our utility providers, access for our public works agencies, and making sure that we can get the public in and out of the disaster area safely. We've had numerous events that have affected so much woody debris that we've had utility lines down that affected whole communities where they couldn't get in and out. School buses couldn't make it. So again, we've had to make sure that we're communicating effectively with our community partners about, where it is safe for them to go and not go. So back in 2017, we actually had a tornado that came through in the middle of the night around 3:50 in the morning. And so it became really challenging to even get our fire and EMS partners in there to determine the level of damage, as well as then communicating with our school partners to make sure that they didn't send their buses out because they would not be able to get their buses in that neighborhood. Communications with all of our partners becomes very critical. So it's not just our fire and EMS partners and our law enforcement partners, but our public works partners and our utility partners are also very vital. So we want to make sure that everyone understands how we can communicate together. And then safety and accountability, because we want to ensure that everyone is safe. And then we really focus on the restoration of critical infrastructure. So moving on to recovery operations, this is when we actually get into the staging, sorting, and disposal of debris. So back in 2012, we had a significant EF3 tornado that hit the village of Moscow, as well as some of our townships in the southern part of our county. But what made this event so challenging is that it had a lot of construction debris, a lot of woody debris, hazardous materials, but it also posed a great challenge to us because the village of Moscow is in a floodplain. So we started staging and storing that debris in a location and then quickly found out that the Ohio EPA wasn't going to give us a permit to be able to stage that. So that becomes another issue, is that while we were looking at it from the perspective that it was a tornado and we were trying to deal with it, you also have to think about what other hazards could potentially affect that community. So being that it's in a floodplain, you don't want to be staging debris in that location. We also, again, looking at the cost effectiveness, again, this is the importance of sorting the debris, because if you can sort your woody debris and chip it up at the location, that saves you a lot of money in terms of having to cart it off to a landfill and pay those landfill fees. Some of the other challenges you face with a disaster is private property access. Again, working with that individual community and gathering information from the residents about how much support they really want. So again, in a tornado where people are coming back to their private property to try to collect up any valuables that they might be able to salvage, we've had communities that are very adamant that we not bring in resources to clean up private property until, or to even assist with private property until the residents have had access to salvage their personal belongings. Again, it's a matter of communication to those private property owners about bringing that material to the right of way so that we can then pick it up, and again, having a plan to pick that up. So some of the things that we have learned through events is coordination of what we call community cleanup events. Those are usually the weekend or two after a major event. We then coordinate a large number of volunteers, again, in conjunction with the local community. We identify what can we manage, what roles do we need to have filled, and how many volunteers do we need, as well as how many people do we have to supervise those volunteers, because you don't want volunteers to be, again, just walking around on private property. We want to make sure that they are really well supervised. And so back in 2017, we had an event, that same event that happened in the middle of the night. We were able to work with the Pierce Township and the Village of Amelia to coordinate a weekend cleanup activity, and utilizing volunteers, we were able to really help that community recover in a matter of one weekend versus what would probably have taken them over a month to clean up. And through the use of volunteers, we were able to put Civil Air Patrol volunteers on private property and help homeowners move, woody debris from their backyards and bring it to the right of way. We were then able to partner with the local public works agencies to chip it up right at the right of way. This saved a lot of money and effort, and it would just chipped it right up into the right of way versus putting it into a dumpster and having it carted off to a landfill. So when it comes to emergency management, I would by far say that I'm not an expert on debris management. However, what the role we fill is the ability to engage other partners and to work with our public works agencies and our local communities to make sure that we are maximizing limited resources as well as not duplicating effort, and then ensure that we are being safe about how we're utilizing our volunteer force. So one of the things that we have done in Claremont County is we've partnered with the Developmental Disabilities to run our volunteer reception center. And we've had the ability to do a mobile volunteer reception center on numerous events. And most of what those volunteers are able to help us with is debris management. So again, we identify a location where we can have everybody, all of those volunteers meet up. We identify a location where that mobile volunteer reception center will be established. We have developmental disability staff man the reception center at that location. All of the volunteers are registered. They are given just-in-time training. We ensure that they're dressed appropriately and that they have the right footwear and personal protective equipment and any other tools that they might need in order to do their job. We then have a means to track them, and we can maintain that accountability of all those volunteers. This minimizes too, by bringing them to a central location, we can then utilize our Claremont County Transportation Service or Transportation Connection, CTC, which is our bus company. We can then bus them in and bus them out so that we don't have a lot of personal vehicles on private property. So this has become a great asset for us, and it maximizes, such a limited volunteer force and ensures that we can help all of our communities throughout the affected area. This also too becomes a cost savings. I believe it was Michelle just talked about the public assistance program. And for communities that are seeking that public assistance reimbursement, generally it's a 75% federal share and a 25% local share. Sometimes it's a little less if the state chips in their 12.5%. But what you're able to do for the local communities is track all those volunteer hours and all those donated items that are contributed to the response and recovery effort. And that can be used as an in-kind contribution towards that local community's match. So we've been able to track all of these volunteer hours, what role they were playing, and estimate based off of what is the FEMA rate, and then use that towards their in-kind contribution. So that's been a great reward for those local communities. The other things that as emergency management that we are able to do is the logistical support. Again, when you're using a large number of volunteers, you want to make sure that everyone has access to a restroom, especially if they're out in more rural settings. Make sure that they have access to sanitation. And this becomes even more important, especially with COVID-19, but we want to make sure everyone has access to hand wash stations and hand sanitizer. You also want to make sure that your volunteer staff are fed, that they have water, and that they have the equipment that they need to do their role. And again, that's what emergency management can do for that type of response. And then again, that management and accountability. We want to make sure that when volunteers come in to work for the day, that we know when they check out and we know when they go home. We know if any one of them gets hurt or injured while they're on the job, they do sign a limited liability waiver, so that releases the developmental disabilities and the local community should someone get severely injured. We also partner with our local fire and EMS to make sure that if someone does get injured, that we have a means and mechanism to get them to a facility to get treatment. So really, as I've said, we've been able to really maximize and develop a very efficient process for utilizing our volunteer staff and volunteer resources to maximize the debris management. So in the Ohio River flood, we were able to put volunteers out on major roadways to clear debris, especially debris that would be caught up in the ditch lines or culverts, and be able to get that out. We've also been able to remove debris, significant woody debris from homeowners' private property to get it to the right of way. That's been really helpful. The one thing I would caution and a lesson learned is that, again, it's very important that we're communicating when we are using public works assets that they not go on private property. We actually had a situation in 2012 following the tornado where we had a large amount of public works assets that came into the county to help us. And everyone has good intentions, but when you put heavy equipment on private property, you have the potential to damage culverts, driveways, septic systems. So it's just really important that we not put that heavy machinery on private property. Again, this is where we can utilize volunteer forces and to work on private property and bring that equipment or bring those resources to the right of way so that the public works agencies can pick them up and then dispose of them properly. So I believe that's about all I had in this presentation. I'm sure I could talk about this for hours. We've had, as I've said, just numerous instances that have warranted the activation of debris management plan. But again, I thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about some of the lessons we've learned from our past experiences.
Pam, thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. So thank you. We did have a couple of questions that came in specifically for you. So one of them is, what advice do you have for everyone on the call regarding organizing volunteers throughout a disaster event?
So one of the things, the first piece of advice is to develop a plan for a volunteer reception center. How are you going to manage those volunteers? As soon as a disaster happens, people are automatically calling an emergency management office to volunteer. So initially following an event, you have to have a plan to virtually manage those names and resources that are coming in. And then pretty much you're telling them, we'll get back to you when we have a better handle on what the local community wants to do. Because again, it is home rule. So we then partner with the local community to identify, how many volunteers do they want and what is the rules that they want those volunteers. And then we, as I said, we have a mobile volunteer reception center that can come in and be that resource on the days that we have those community cleanup events. And our volunteer reception center through the developmental disabilities, they're wonderful. And they're also very willing to go to other parts of the state, if someone needed assistance. Again, we've had so many instances in our county, and we've had the goodwill of many other partners outside of our county that we're always willing to support other counties.
Awesome, thank you. Another question that came through, what do you do if the community has no plans to manage woody debris other than place it on a specified property?
Again, like I believe Michelle said, we have a debris management plan, but again, it's just more of a shell of a plan because you really don't know what disaster is going to be and where it's going to happen. So having a really defined debris management plan has always been a challenge for us because again, you just never know. Every disaster is so different. But some of the lessons we've learned is again that if you can separate out that woody debris, we have actually been able to partner with landscaping companies to bring in a tub grinder. So we didn't actually pay for the tub grinder, and that we've had a landscaping company that came in and chipped off all of our woody debris and then took the woody debris for their mulch. So again, it's more about partnerships because Michelle kind of mentioned it, those tub grinders are very, very expensive. And we don't have one through our county engineer's office. So again, it's about partnerships, knowing what resources are in your community or in your region, and then trying to build on those partnerships. And, again, learning from other people's past experiences is really helpful.
Mm-hmm. We did get an additional question that came through. So do you do any exercises during the year to test out your plan?
Well, this year is quite different. On a normal year, we do probably 20 to 30 exercises through emergency management on all different types of scenarios. And I'll be honest, we've had an event that would really activate our debris management plan about once every 3 years. So that's pretty sufficient to get some good use out of our debris plan. So I don't think that we've actually done an exercise on debris management. We've just touched on it in lots of different exercises, but because we have had Ohio River floods at 15, 18, we're due for another Ohio River flood, hopefully not before I get back from vacation, but but we're prepared again to manage it if we do. So yeah, but there are lots of exercises out there on the, you can Google search, and I'm sure other people have done exercises that you could pick and choose from other resources.
Yep. Thank you. And then the final question is one that I actually asked Michelle as well, but how did you create a communications plan among all the different organizations kind of going throughout, a disaster debris event?
Well, especially with the Ohio River flood where we have advance warning, we start planning with all of our partners 2 to 3 weeks out. If we have an advance warning that a flood is coming, we pull all those partners together. We talk through how do we want to manage the event? How do we want to communicate? Our fire, EMS, law enforcement, and all of our public works agencies have all agreed on having a centralized, unified command structure at one location. This makes it very easy for us to bring everyone together to have a morning briefing and an afternoon briefing, and then everyone goes out and does their job during the day. So it's a modified emergency operations center. It's not held at our county emergency operations center. And again, a lot of that stems from when an Ohio River event occurs, the drive to our EOC is just too far because roads are blocked. So this gives us a great opportunity to come together at a school building that's very close in vicinity to the Ohio River, and it brings all of our partners from I believe it's 5 townships, 3 villages, multiple law enforcement agencies. It brings us all together into one location, and then we can work that way. We also, again, as we're preparing for events, we have a distribution group that blasts everyone through email, and that keeps everyone on the same page. And as I said, because we've had a series of events that are repetitive, we all know each other pretty well, and we know how to communicate via cell phone, radio, and email.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I did not have any additional questions submitted through chat or email. So again, Pam, thank you so much for presenting today. We really appreciate it. And thank you for joining us on your vacation.
Thanks again for having me.
Hey, no problem. So last on our panelist agenda, we have Mark Isaacson, Program Manager at Greene County Public Health. So Mark, do we have you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Awesome, I can hear you.
Okay.
And I can see you now.
All right. Uh-oh. Let's see. Did I share the page right?
You're all good, I can see it.
Okay, let me make it bigger here. Okay, well, my name is Mark Isaacson. I'm the program manager for Greene County Public Health in Xenia, Ohio. And they asked to talk about our response in debris management. So I've been with the health department a long time, and we've had numerous tornadoes and incidents to practice debris management. The main one I'm going to talk about today is the most recent event, May 27th, 2019, just a year and a half ago. Beaver Creek City and Township were struck by an EF3 tornado Monday night, Memorial Day weekend at 11:12 p.m. So it was, again, in the middle of the dark, and the health department worked to respond in a number of ways going forward. The path of the tornado, this was part of a major storm event Memorial Day weekend. Probably many of you remember there were 3 or 4 other tornadoes that came through Dayton, Trotwood, Salina, but the Greene County tornado started on the northwest corner of Greene County, right near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The path of the tornado came through the riverside and crossed over I-675 near the Wright State University and Fairfield Commons Mall, and then traveled almost straight east through Beaver Creek City, the north part of Beaver Creek City, below Fairfield Commons Mall, through Beaver Creek Township and several developed subdivisions, and then through some farm country, and finally left just north of Xenia along US Route 68. So it was on the ground for a long time with a lot of wind damage. Assessments later on came up with 44 buildings destroyed, 164 with major damage, 346 with minor damage, 595 buildings were affected. We had major tree and brush damage, and electricity was knocked out in a number of areas. The areas that where this came through was heavily wooded, lots of mature trees. Most of the houses were between 25 and 50 years old, so you had lots of tree damage and that. Greene County has responded to several other major storms in the past. In 1974, we had the major Xenia tornado that came through the center of town that has affected Greene County in a number of ways. And then in September of 2000, there was an F4 tornado that came through the western part of Xenia. This is on the west side of Xenia. It was a former Walmart Plaza. The tornado came right through the parking lot, through the strip mall, jumped over a field and then went through a subdivision and eventually went through the Greene County Fairgrounds and destroyed 4 or 5 of the agricultural barns at the Xenia or Greene County Fairgrounds. So we've had some practice in going through damage assessment and cleaning up after tornadoes. This is just an aerial photo of Beaver Creek from the tornado, showing the common problems that you have whenever there's a tornado or a massive storm event. You have solid waste debris that would need to go to a landfill. Demolition debris that people are going to want to clean up their torn off roofs, their damaged sheds. You have tree and brush debris and disposal, the trees that get knocked down. We have a lack of electricity, especially with this storm. Most of the areas had overhead power lines, so they were knocked off or bent over. You had down power lines, lack of electricity. If you're on a well, that means you have no water because you have no electricity. In some instances, the city of Dayton, which supplies part of the water to Beaver Creek, one of their treatment plants was knocked out of power, and they did not have readily available backup generators. So that water treatment plant was without power for a number of days until they were able to sort that out. So when you have disaster response, people talked about it before, but you have to come up with cooperation and how you're going to work together. We've had the benefit in Greene County. Most of our agencies use the incident command system. Whenever we have employees, we make them take training. Then you have to sort out which agency will be in charge of which part of the response. Health department, we have food safety. There were somewhere between 80 and 100 restaurants in and around the Fairfield Commons Mall that had no electricity for a number of days. You have the housing situation where you have damaged houses, damaged property. People that have well water have no water supply. And then you have the solid waste issues, which the health department will take the lead in. Police and fire departments, they're working through safety issues. Injury response, crowd control. We noticed on the next day, the day after Memorial Day, the Beaver Creek Police had to set up temporary roads to go around the debris, but that didn't stop the people that were wanting to come and sightsee and see the damage to the Aldi store and see the roof blown off of Mike's car wash. We had people walking around, park their car in the parking lot and try to take pictures. So there were some crowd control issues that we had to work through. City, township, government officials. Governor DeWine, shortly after the incident, declared a state of emergency, which opens up a lot of extra funding sources, ways to respond that aren't in a normal situation. Beaver Creek City had a good response with some I don't know if they were trained, but they knew what to do in the situation. We had incidents where public utilities needed to come out. I mentioned the city of Dayton that was able to supply water to some parts of the city. 3 of the subdivisions that were damaged had no electricity. Their sewage drained into pump stations, and the electricity for those pump stations was not working, which meant the pump stations weren't working. So you had to, out of the utility company, Sanitary Engineering had to work on getting generators to supply the power to the pump stations. With no electricity, in some instances, the gas was shut off, natural gas, and then we had streets and roads that were blocked with down power lines, blocked with large trees, and just the extra traffic of people trying to get out or you had damaged and wrecked cars that were in the way. Building regulation, that was, they're the ones that determine how bad is your building. Does it need to be demolished? Can it be repaired? And then we have EPA working in the background, providing support, guidance when we have an emergency declaration. What does that mean for taking care of solid waste and debris management? And as we've talked about it before, the other speakers, that the agencies need to work together to support and help one another so that the disaster cleanup and process can move forward. This is one of the farms that was damaged in the area, but you can look at the picture and you can see you have decisions to be made on what to do with properties that are in like this. We have solid waste. All the solid waste needs to go to a property licensed landfill. The demolition debris, once they start cleaning up, what is demolition debris? Greene County and Xenia has a very active construction and demolition debris landfill on the west side of Xenia. The operator there is very conscientious. We went to visit him and reminded him about what can and can't go into the demolition debris landfill. He has dumpsters on site to sort the process of when people bring in material so that it can be recycled, or you can make sure that solid waste doesn't go into the demolition debris landfill. We have recycling material that can go to a scrapyard. Xenia has 2 active scrap yards where they take in metal debris. We also have asbestos containing materials that need to be managed. RAPCA, which is our air pollution agency in Southwest Ohio, sent out a press release reminding people that even if you have a tornado and damage, you still have to pay attention to asbestos rules, and they have to be followed, especially if it's a commercial property, less so when it's a home. And we also had people that were responding to, well, I can just dig a big hole in my yard and bury it, right? And we had to remind people that you can't just bury the trash that got dumped, even if you have a great big farm. So we worked through those details to come up with assessment tools. When you have, hundreds of buildings damaged and businesses wanting to call back as soon as they get electricity, they want to reopen their facility, start serving food again. We came up with some assessment tools to go to each restaurant. The next day after the tornado, we assembled a team to go out and evaluate the buildings and businesses in the, especially around the mall, to find out, did you lose electricity? How long was it off? Are you planning to operate? Is your building damaged? Building regulation came up with plans for assessing buildings with a label, red, orange, yellow, and green, determining how badly damaged were your buildings. And do you need to have a permit to fix the problem before you can go forward? And then we had Beaver Creek City, the health department, our Greene County Environmental Services, which handles a lot of solid waste issues. We issued a number of press releases to let people know where they can take their yard trash and debris, their trees they were cutting up, and what to do with things like asbestos, where to take that. We worked with the city to figure out, did we want to have a staging area for separating the debris? We determined, the Beaver Creek City determined that it would be best not to have a staging area, simply because most of the area were damaged or were difficult to get to, and it was easy to work with the local collection companies, garbage waste hauling companies to come up with a plan instead of having one large staging area. The main problem that came up in amongst the solid waste debris was how to manage hundreds and thousands of trees that were knocked down or destroyed. It seems like as soon as it was daylight on the day after Memorial Day, all you could hear was chainsaws. And the areas, you had trees that were 40, 50 feet tall, 3 or 4 feet around. And they were cutting up the trees and the brush and dragging it out to the road just to get it out of their yard, off of their house. So we realized that this is going to be a major response to solve the issue in order to keep access. Several of the subdivision areas were built in the 40s and 50s, so you had on-street parking, lanes that were narrow, no sidewalks, so there was limited place. Once you moved all your brush and debris out to the road, it had no place to go, or you had difficulty traveling. So Beaver Creek City had worked with a tree removal company called Bunyan, and they specialize in disaster response. So you had volunteers and neighbors and friends coming in with chainsaws, cutting up wood and trees. The Bunyan company, Beaver Creek hired them to work on removal of the process. They have these large trucks. It's essentially a giant bin with a claw on the back that they can pick up any size tree and brush, fill up their trucks, and take them to, we determined there were a spot where we could take all the debris for anyone to come. We have the Greene County Environmental Services on the west side of Xenia has a yard trimming and brush drop-off site that operates on a regular basis. Most of the people know you can take your leaves there and your brush and that, and they have several acres of property, so they were determined that the Bunyan trucks would bring all of their wood and debris to the Environmental Services site, and the trucks are capable of piling debris 40, 50, 60 feet high. And so they could start just piling up the debris to get it out of the way, and then we would eventually, it would be turned into wood chips. But you can see the buildings there, were ended up by the end of 2019 surrounded by massive piles of debris. The one that's circled in red in the picture is 650 feet long, roughly 150 feet wide, and approximately 50 or 60 feet high. The other two piles are similar in size, but there was just massive amounts of wood that was taken away from Beaver Creek to be able to clear out the area and allow the other support services to get in and work. The pile that's circled in red has approximately 182,000 cubic yards of material. That's, if you take a football field and you pile it 85 feet high, that's approximately the amount of raw material that was there. It soon became obvious that the Bunyan trucks could go to environmental services, but the other government agencies that were collecting the debris, they needed a separate place, not so they would have to deal with the public and mix. So we found a new park on the north of Beaver Creek on the eastern side of Fairborn. It was a large parking lot next to a park, and government agencies, Beaver Creek City and Township, started bringing in their material to CEMEX Park to help get rid of that. The cleanup in the properties, once electricity was restored, then we worked with the businesses to reopen the stores, homes, and that. We were Once the initial debris and cleanup was taken care of, the Office of Building and Regulation worked through the process of getting the homes rebuilt. Throughout the most of 2020 or the early part of 2020, Beaver Creek City and Environmental Services worked together to find a way to chip up all of the wood debris. This is a picture of the wood chipper. That's a full-size bulldozer next to it. They used a direct feed grinder instead of a tub grinder because a lot of the trees were too big for a tub grinder. They turned the debris was loaded into the grinder. It could take basically anything that you would put on the conveyor belt, it would turn into mulch. 40-inch trees or larger, you know, no one had to cut it up and trim it up. You just fed it into the grinder and it turned it into wood chips and mulch. And then those were loaded into semi-trailers, and the mulch wood chips were taken to two compost facilities that were relatively close. The facilities had land space to collect or to accept all of the wood chips and mulch, and they have a processing there where they sell it as wood chips and mulch. There was no intent to compost it, so we had to make sure that they were keeping it separate from their composting areas that they sell, but they were able to take all of the debris, and surprisingly it took less than a month to clean up all of the wood and debris at Environmental Services and the CMEX Park site. The recovery process is going to be extensive. One of the subdivision had high tension power lines that were running through that subdivision. 10 of the high tension power lines were destroyed by the tornado. So you have the company came in and they set temporary poles for the high tension power lines. That was quite a feat. And then they were working to create new permanent poles, but they take 12 to 18 months to build and install. In fact, they worked on replacing the first set of temporary poles about a month ago. So roughly a year and a half to get the permanent poles back into place. Final thoughts, as we talked about today, develop a debris or disaster management plan. Think it through, understand the concepts, and then ask for help. Whenever you have a disaster, we use other health departments to respond. EPA can answer questions. Industry did a good job. The solid waste industry did a good job of coming in to help provide extra trash pickup, roll off dumpsters if necessary. Listen to all of the inputs that you have when it's time to make a decision, and then use the facts and knowledge, and then keep good records of what your responses are to what happened this time, so that when you have this the next time, you'll have something to go back on, because there will be a next time. So if you have any questions, thanks for having me, and very good.
Mark, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. That was a great presentation. We did have a couple of questions that came through for you.
Okay.
One was, could you expand on why you had to separate the material from what was sold?
We didn't have to. At the Xenia Construction and Demolition Debris Landfill, he's quite active in recycling metal. One, it's a way for him to make money off the metal. It's also a way to keep metal debris that doesn't have to, that could go into the landfill but doesn't have to. So he will, if his guys are able, they're able to separate it. We sent out press releases reminding people to not just put everything out for trash if you don't have to. It's cheaper to take the wood and the debris to the drop-off sites and not try to just put it out with the normal garbage. So it's easier to separate what can go to landfills, what can go to demolition debris, what can be recycled. That's a way to help people save money and also save resources in the future.
Awesome, thank you. And then just one last quick question. I know we're just about at time here. With everything that occurred over the past year, have you had to adjust your disaster debris management plan?
Yeah, one of the things that we had to consider was the one of the trash companies has a transfer station that it closes and opens at different times of the year. And so one of the finds was to find out is the transportation, or how easy is it to reopen the transfer station if you can, so that we can move stuff more efficiently. It depends on who's in charge of the transportation to know if they can open it up or if it's closed. Then Greene County doesn't have a solid waste landfill, so all of the solid waste has to be transported out of the county. So one of the things is to consider how to avoid having to send so much to the landfill if it can go to CNDD by sorting.
Perfect, thank you. Well, I did not receive any additional questions through chat or through email. But again, thank you so much for your presentation today. We really appreciate it, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So with that being said, everyone, we are at time. So thank you all for sticking around today. We really appreciate your attendance and just being able to participate throughout today's event. Again, I just wanted to say thank you to our case study panelist speakers today. So Michelle, Mark, and Pam, thank you so much for sharing your experiences. We really appreciate your time and effort, so thank you. And then I also wanted to thank our disaster debris management workshop planning team. So this involved Brock Metzger and Phil Clayton from Ohio EMA, John Manier from Montgomery County Solid Waste Management District, Rick Karleski, Chet Cheney, and Jeff Monovan from Ohio EPA. So thank you to everyone who helped plan this event. I think it was a really good success. And in addition, I just want to thank our partner associations for sending out all of our information and promoting this event. We definitely could not have done it without you. So the Ohio Emergency Management Association, Organization of Solid Waste Districts of Ohio, Ohio Environmental Health Association, County Engineers Association of Ohio, and American Public Works Association, the Ohio chapter. So again, thank you to all involved. I thought it was a really great presentation and workshop today. We really appreciate it. Just a couple of quick reminders before we let you all go. Again, this workshop was awarded 5 RS credit hours. So if you have not had a chance yet, I'm sending over the link again for the afternoon survey. If you could please fill that out. We are basing attendance on that. So the morning and afternoon surveys, we'll be basing that for the RS credits, but then also your certificate of completion. We will be emailing out your certificates of completion along with a recording of today's workshop, and then also the PowerPoint and any supplemental information. So you'll be getting that through email. Again, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who attended today. We truly appreciate your participation. So thank you and hope you have a great day. Bye, everyone.